Yeah, exactly.
Good? All right. Good? All right. All right, we're gonna get started just so we can, good? All right. All right, we're gonna get started just so we can keep things on track. All right. Awesome, super excited to be here. Hey everybody, thank you for joining us. First, thank you. Yeah, we can do applause. That's fine. I want to say that it's pretty incredible to be standing here after we launched the first NixCon right after COVID. I think it was now 4 NixCons ago. And we're at the 10th anniversary, and this is pretty awesome seeing it just grow year over year. Don't know where we're gonna end up next year, but I'm assuming law of physics, we're gonna be at 1,000 people in some castle in England. It's gonna be beautiful. So again, thank you all for making it down here. And I'm gonna start off with something light. So has anyone ever heard about types of fun? No. All right, there's 3 types of fun. Type number 1 is when it's fun to do it and then fun to remember it. Type number 2 is when it hurts a bit to do it and then it's fun in retrospect. And type number 3 is like, getting eaten by a grizzly bear, not super cool. I guess it's a type of fun for some people. Why am I saying this? NixCon is awesome, but organizing it is hard. So I do want to have one last round of applause for all the organizers and everyone that took part. Not taken for granted. It's crazy, especially as we get to this levels of NixCon. NixCon 2021 was in a basement in a Parisian university. So we've definitely, not to say anything bad, upscaled. All right, so quick question. How many here have been using Nix for more than 6 months? Cool. More than a year? Cool. 3 years? 5? 5? 10? All right, look around you. Those are the folks you're going to ask all the hard questions, and if they don't know, we're going to review that. Daniel Fulmer is right over there. Ask him a lot of questions. Rob's over there. All right, so a self-sustainable Nix. So when we first kind of brought over the concept of having, moving from a foundation that's just looking at the financials to having a foundation that can actually start managing things for the Nix ecosystem, one of the things that were top of mind for me was how do we help Nix grow, right? I'm talking about 4 years ago. And about 2 years ago, my entire mindset changed, and this is something that I want to talk about because I think it's, and about 2 years ago, my entire mindset changed, and this is something that I want to talk about because I think that value or that concept in folks all around us, because at the end of the day, this shouldn't stop with the foundation and the SC, this should be spread across the entire ecosystem. And for me, that's all about building a sustainable Nix, right? So it's a Nix that lives on a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, because we're all here to have Nix stay. It's not just a cool hobby anymore. It's not just something small that we want to do. It's something that we're devoting a lot of time, resources, and for some of us, our lives and weekends to. And that's become really important for me. So when I think about this, I think about 3 things that matter most when I think about a sustainable Nix over years to come. And that's contributors, resources, and governance. And yes, contributors are at the top. I think community comes first. There's an awesome book by a guy named Peter Hitchens. Recommend reading that. It talks about open source communities and what matters. And at the end of the day, people matter. Everything else we can fix, we can build, we can do together. Now, When I think about contributors, it's not just code. It's also everything that has to do with building a successful community. It's the fact that you all showed up here. It's the folks watching online and learning about the latest things inside of the Nix ecosystem. It's the folks who designed the swag. It's the folks who designed the websites. It's the marketing teams. Every little bit of support, we're kind of like a tribe. Everyone matters, all of it is contributing, and there's so many different ways to contribute, depending on what your skills are, depending on what makes you passionate in the morning. So contributing is not just code, it's more than that. And when I think about contributors, there's two aspects that we have to keep in mind. It's empowering the folks that are contributing today, so they can contribute more, they can do what they want to do, and they have the power and accountability to do those things. And I think the SC is going to say a few words about that. The SC is definitely here to also help that go further. And the other thing is onboarding new contributors, and we have to consistently be thinking about that. Folks that you're meeting here today, folks that raised their hand at the 6-month mark, but not at the 3-year mark, how do we help them think more about Nix, help them onboard, help them feel empowered to make a change? Because it's really, really scary, right? This community is super smart. There are folks who've been here for 10 years, and sometimes that's a bit frightening to come and have an opinion or help out when you're not sure if what you're doing is helpful, and it is. Governance, right? So contributors and governance. Governance, very basic. So it's all here to empower those that are doing the work, keep the lights on, enable decision-making, but also clarify how to make those decisions, going back to my earlier point. And what's beautiful is that I'm standing here in front of all of you today. Last time I stood up in front of all of you today, we didn't have a full foundation. We didn't have a full steering committee. So this year, there's a lot of amazing people taking it on themselves, fully volunteer-based, to keep governance top-notch and build it up, again, for that sustainability over years to come. Lastly, resources. Resources is money, but it's not just money. It's also time, right? And at the end of the day, resources come because there's a reason for that resource to come in. Whether it's your time, whether it's a company sponsoring Nix, it means that we've created some sort of value that they appreciate and they love, and they want to give back and they want to contribute and they love, and they want to give back and they want to contribute and collaborate with us somehow. And at the end of the day, those resources are what is going to help us build a sustainable Nix over years to come. So a practical part of that is part of how we're looking about financials. We definitely want that to be something that extends for more than 2 years. We want to be able to be there. We're not there. And Laszlos is going to talk about financial situation transparently very soon. Y'all might know us, sorry. Y'all might know us. This is the new foundation board from the last year. So there's amazing folks here. You might know them: Laszlos, Infinisil, Sylvan, Sebastian, Rabbit, Ryan. I suggest you ask questions. Go up to us, shake our hands, give us a hug, ask us the hard questions that are on your mind, and we'll try to be helpful. A little bit about Nix and the numbers. So things are growing. So while I'm talking about sustainability, it's almost like a little fight. We're working on that sustainability, but things are kind of growing day over day, which is exciting. It means that more people are finding value in Nix today, but it's also a bit frightening. So numbers are growing. Numbers of users are literally doubling all the time. The biggest thing that we have been able to secure sponsorship for with our friends over at AWS is the S3 cache, which is growing. I don't know, how big it is compared to other open source projects, but it is giant. And I will give a shout out to Arian, who gave us some details, and he actually put up that's a QR code that you can see a total description of all the different metrics about the cache, where it's being used, how it's being used. And today, again, we did get another year of funding from our partners at AWS, so thank you to AWS Open Source. And I really want to, Taras, if you can raise your hand, Taras. There's the rep there. Folks, say hi to him. He's going to be doing a fireside chat with me later today. All right. Real quick, because I am running out of time, and luckily I love the fact that my section of the State of the Union is becoming smaller because we have so many awesome teams and people to come speak in front of you. So a little bit about the foundation. Smaller because we have so many awesome teams and people to come speak in front of you. So a little bit about the foundation. Since we kicked off the new foundation at the beginning of the year, a lot has been going on. There's been financial reviews. There's been a lot of efforts on Nix partnerships. Nix sponsorship tiers were launched. Sebastian is going to talk about that. And a lot more. The first time we've allocated explicit budget to a team, the marketing team, happened this year. What's next? Again, a lot. Find us, we'll talk about it. There's more info on it online and on the discourse. And with that, I'm gonna welcome Laszlo to the stage, talk a little about our finances. Thank you, Laszlo.
Test. Oh, hi. Hi, I'm Laszlo. I talk about money very shortly. So, yeah, we earned some money from NixCon, like a lot of money. Donations, also a lot of money. NGI, this is the money we get. On the other side, the 120K is the money we spent on people. So there's like a difference, and this is the money we can use for the foundation. Also, we have some expenses which we paid. This is, by the way, from the 1st of January 2025 to today. So we paid like some money here, some money there, a lot of it for infra and admin, which is most of it is Hetzner infrastructure. So we have currently in the bank this big number on the top bottom left, but it gets outbalanced from the other numbers on the top on the bottom right. So yeah, also stuff which is not on the balance sheet is basically Fastly, Discourses, AWS, and GitHub, because these are all sponsored. I will try to make a better overview end of the year. So this is my first time as a treasurer, but it's working out. So financially, it's looking pretty good. Okay, some notes. Don't trust the Open Collective. Even though the numbers align currently, they usually don't. The problem is, money gets in, but we cannot get it easily out of Open Collective because I cannot add my expenses there because I need a matching account of someone else to get money out of there. I will try to solve it, but it's not solved yet. Oh?
Can I briefly say something? Open Collective doesn't hold any money. It's just a ledger. Like, there's no money in Open Collective.
Yeah, no money is stored there. It's just someone donates through Open Collective, the number grows bigger. Okay. So, and if you send me recurring invoices, don't answer on the old email, send a new email so it gets a new mail ID. Otherwise, in our ticket system, it gets appended to the old solved ticket. And it's lost somewhere. Okay, and also thanks for Kate with helping with accounting. She's a great help with all the bookkeeping, which I'm not great at, I guess. All right. Not great at, I guess. All right. Should I stay here? Or are you doing it?
Hello, NixCon. I'm Sebastian. Some of you know me as Rabbit, and I'm excited to talk about partnerships today. So, over the last couple of months, we have undertaken a couple of various interesting partnerships, one of which is Framework. So we partnered up with Framework to ship hardware directly to developers via the hardware team. We renewed the AWS contribution, and we launched the first ever official NixOS Foundation sponsorship tiers. And regarding the sponsorship tiers, we also secured our first sponsor, which is TII, and we also launched the hardware team. Coming up, we have more exciting hardware partnerships that we can't talk about it now, but you will hear from it soon. Thank you very much.
All right, so real quick, organizations and Nix, I'm going to really blow past this, but... Oh, sorry. Real quick, organizations and Nix. So there's more you can do. When I was talking about contributors earlier, you're seeing examples of partnerships. If you or your organization is thinking about using Nix, leveraging Nix, you want to get more involved with the ecosystem, come chat with Sebastian and I. There's a bunch of ways now to do it. The community is always evolving, and we want to be out here with open arms around it. So do that, reach out to us. There's a lot we can do together. And Sylvan.
All right. Yeah, so just briefly about just how the governance of Nix currently looks like. I mean, so there's a lot of teams, but the main leading bodies we have is a steering committee, which was elected last year the first time. We have recurring elections every year with 2-year terms. So this is a relatively new thing. And the other thing is the board. So the board, that's me and the people you've seen before. You'll see some steering committee members come up later as well. Yes, oh yeah, they are telling me to hold the mic closer. I'll do that. So yeah, so just briefly about what each body does. So steering committee does more community leadership, like final escalation point for conflicts. They do kind of more project level, larger direction stuff, where we want to go as a community, that kind of thing. The foundation is really just there to I think Ron mentioned it already, to make sure we have the financials intact, the legal backing and so on, the external relationships, partnerships, things like that. So there's really a clear separation, but sometimes there's also concerns that both concerned. And for those, we work together. So yeah, that's pretty much the state we have right now. You can actually look, we have a relatively new, but I'm trying to maintain it decently well, an org repository, which tries to document kind of all of this organization going on, like where you can find things, who's in charge of what, this organization going on, like where you can find things, who's in charge of what, and so on. We haven't really had that. It's kind of been very in this organization going on, like where you can find things, who's in charge of what, and so on. We haven't really had that. It's kind of been very transparent about what's going on, who's in charge of what. So hopefully a repository where you can open issues, PRs, and so on helps with that. Yeah, and I think I'll hand it off to Winter from the steering committee. Stage.
Sure. So, hi, NixCon. I'm Winter. I'm a member of the Nix steering committee. We were elected back in November of 2024, and besides me, the members are Gabriella, Tom, John Erickson, Robert, and Jan. You can reach us. We have a bunch of ways to reach us: email, GitHub, Discourse, all the usual. So, we sort of had to start from scratch when we figure out how exactly we want to work with each other. So we decided on a pattern of having synchronous meetings every week. We have async work in Zulip, and you might be thinking, wait, we use Matrix for everything. Why would you use Zulip? Zulip has a great feature where you can just you can categorize things based on topic, and then within that you have like channels, and it's great. We like Zulip a lot. We are also trying to move towards a shared inbox. So previously we had a setup where you would email steering@nixos.org, and steering@nixos.org would then forward it to all of our emails individually. Then we'd make like a thread in Zulip manually and triage the email how we see fit. So with immense thanks to Sylvan and the Infor team for setting this up, we have a system called Free Scout, and this lets us have a shared inbox for emails, as well as we can reply. People can see the other replies. You can make internal notes. It's very cool. Thank you. And we also have a permanent record of meeting notes and various other things like task management in a private GitHub repository. Admittedly, we don't use that too much for anything other than meeting notes right now, but hopefully, as we sort of transition over to a new steering committee, etc., we will continue to use these things because keeping records is important. So what we've done. We have done a bunch this year. I know if you've been watching Discourse, if you've been watching, like GitHub, it probably might not seem like we've done a lot, but I promise you we've done a lot. So we've acted as an arbiter of decisions that didn't have a central authority. So a good sort of, good example of this is like corporate advertisement in community spaces. Like we have sponsorships. The sponsorship process for NixCon and for a few other things actually goes to the SC first. The SC provisionally approves or denies, and then it goes to the organizers. If applicable, they can approve or deny, and it's a good feedback loop for whether a sponsor is a good fit for our community or not. And we've also had a couple cases where people have asked us, hey, is this slightly controversial package allowed in Nix packages? Before the SC, I'd argue we didn't really have an authority for that before. So that's sort of where we came in. We deliberated behind the scenes. We talked to interested parties. We did our own research, and we came back with a definitive answer. So gone are the days of bike shedding, maybe, I don't know. We assist the foundation with partnerships. We helped form the hardware team, and we also helped with some of the stuff that Sebastian mentioned earlier. Unfortunately, my lips are sealed, but I promise I think a lot of you will like it. We also have been working and giving approval for larger project decisions. Again, sort of related to that last part, but essentially, anything that's sort of on a slightly larger scale, we've given our input, we've approved, we've denied, etc. So what we're doing now, unfortunately, our work is never finished, and so we are always doing conflict mediation and we're providing an escalation point. Let's say, we've had various issues where people escalate to the SC, and we can sort of deliberate, we can come back with a response, we can veto another team decision if necessary. It provides a central escalation point for what exactly is going on in the community. We've done team management. Specifically, we've heavily supported our moderation team. Hi, moderation. I don't know if any of you are here, but oh, hi. Thank you. But yeah, we've supported them a lot. We've provided input on various decisions. We've helped grow the team. I think there's maybe 3-4 new people in the last year, so it's great. And we are also working with the foundation to provide funding for teams. As Sebastian said, we were doing with marketing, which is great. Something else we are also doing is improving the governance around Nix packages as a whole. While there's not too much I can say about this second, I will say that we are establishing a Nix packages core team. Essentially, this team will govern the entirety of Nix packages that isn't already controlled by an existing team. Stay tuned for news on that. I promise it's soon, and I'm personally very excited. And we are also assisting with fundraising. We are hoping to put together a technical agenda for various larger scale projects after getting community input and seeing if sponsors actually want to fund this work and cool larger stuff. So after what's next, we have the election. We have 4 seats to fill. We've picked an election committee from, I think, 2 weeks ago. That is Michael Raskin as the administrator, Tristan Ross as the representative, and Nares as the developer. We expect nominations to open in October, but don't quote me on that. And the election should conclude in November. You are eligible to vote or to become a candidate for the steering committee because we have 4 seats to fill. If you have 25 or more, commit to an official NixOS repository or a NixCon repository. So, if you've made 25 package bumps in Nix packages, you can nominate yourself, you can vote. Or if you're a commit bit holder in any of the above repos. Yeah, so if you have any questions for us, we will have a panel tomorrow alongside the foundation board. It is at 1:30, I believe, in this exact room. So yeah, feel free to come up to any of us and ask questions in the meantime if you'd like. Thanks. Would you like to say that?
So you know them. Can briefly all the steering committee members that are here, 5 of us, Gabriella should also be around here somewhere. Oh, there. So. So that's them. So if you see them in the hallway, you can ask them things. And yeah, I guess now's the time to take pictures. Yes. All right. Again.
Just ask. You can also say thank you. I mean, it's a very thankless job that SC is doing. So thank you, guys.
Yes. All right. Thank you. All right. I'll pass it off to Mick92 for the infra team, I believe.
So, yeah, if you ever wondered who's behind cache.nixos.org and also our Hydra, this is the infra team. That's mainly Hexa, Arian, Edev, Jfly, me, Mick92, Vladimir, and Jonas aka Simbat. So what happened next year? end of last year, I think it was, we had to migrate our builders that were previously sponsored by Equinix Metal to Hetzner. Hexa was doing most of this job, and thankfully there was no major downtime to our build infrastructure. We had to do the same also with Offborg, which is our CI that we use for reviewing pull requests. That was also on Equinix. We were able to also move this over to other hardware, and it's now maintained by Janne from Helsinki Systems, so a lot of thanks for that. We also now maintain our own email infrastructure. JFly was setting this up mostly. And yeah, that helps then other teams, for example, to use FreeScout, which is some ticketing system. Another big thing that we're currently working on is we try to make Hydra more scalable. So as it turns out, actually it's currently the choke point is not actually having more builders, it's actually getting builds to these builders. So we are working on a new queue runner, which is basically doing some build scheduling. So this is still in the work. So other big issues that we have in the infra team is about trying to reduce our cache size. You have seen it before, the graphs are always increasing. So we have some planning on that. So Ariane is working on trying to make using different storage tiers within the cache. So if you're in S3, you have different storage tiers, and if you move it to a lower one that is more expensive to access but cheaper to store, then this can save cost. And also we are trying to get some garbage collection working, which is a big task because there's a lot of data that you have to process. Yeah, you see also some other services that we host on the right. We have every 2 weeks we have a meeting that's open in Jitsi. You can look this up in our infra repository, it's linked there. And we also have a matrix channel, so if you want to come by. So this was the infra team. Now I take this hat off and then take the hardware team hat on again. Yeah, this is something that we created this year. Yeah, the hardware team, we're trying to engage with hardware vendors directly. We have already this repository that you might have seen for NixOS called NixOS Hardware, where we collect vendor-specific configurations. So if you have a laptop, you can import the configuration and then it might work better. But we try to improve on that, so we're trying to engage with vendors directly. So the first one that we engaged with was Framework. So Framework shipped us devices. We created a channel with them where we can communicate with each other. And then they also started contributing to the hardware repository as well. So it's quite nice. Like basically the day there's new hardware announced, there's a pull request in the NixOS hardware repository from Framework itself. And we just need to merge it, and yeah, we're also part of their upstream documentation now. We also have other partnerships coming up. We also got hardware from FIDE OS, which is producing some tablet. And we're also working on support of that. And then also we're going to receive some hardware from the RISC-V Foundation. So and there we try to see how we can integrate this into Hydra eventually, hopefully, and yeah, maybe get some RISC-V support in NixOS. So with that, I want to pass it over to the moderation team.
Hello, it's me again. Yes, moderation. So we have a bunch of new moderators. Those are the names. We usually do moderation, so if you do something nasty, you maybe get banned. So we had notable events this year. Like, I guess everybody remember those matrix attacks, or don't. If not, good for you. And Pic Noir got rotated out. That's everything. If you have questions about moderations, find me in the hallway and ask me.
So for the Nix team, I'm Robert. Here's John. John Erickson. Yeah, so We're part of the Nix team. The way we work is we have 2 meetings a week. We have a hacking session on Mondays and a triaging meeting a week. We have a hacking session on Mondays and a triaging meeting on the Wednesday afternoon, 9 o'clock European time. So that's the main thing. And yeah, we're responsible for maintenance, for getting contributions merged, and making releases. And for us, the things we delivered, like the highlights, I guess, is the build system is just Meson now, no more makefiles. We've also split up the build. So you get a nice degree of incrementality when you make changes to, say, the CLI. You're really only rebuilding the CLI. It is the entirety of the CLI, but if you're building through Nix, that is actually quite a bit nicer for like when you're working on a NixOS VM test, for example. So that's been great. John's work on dynamic derivations is also merged and stable now. Well, no. Stable in an operational sense, but not stable in terms of interface. Tests are passing, yeah. And it will not cause any weird errors, right? Right. Yeah, and we've also improved performance actually in the past year. Special shout out to Sergey, who unfortunately couldn't make it to the conference. But yeah, Nix got faster, so that's great. We have a bunch of things coming up. There's work ongoing for a new installer based on the determinate systems installer. I will be working on a new evaluation caching strategy. It's a bit of a research project, but hopefully it'll make the cache, evaluation cache more effective for things like your dev shell, that kind of thing. John is going to do some work, a lot of work, I think, on constant address derivations and dynamic derivations, actually sort of merging those features into a single unified design that's going to work much better. And will be something that will actually stabilize, because CA derivations has been around for a long time, but not in a very good state. So that's exciting, and yeah, coming up. And then we have the we have to mention flakes. It's taking forever, we know. But Ilka has been doing great work on improving the laziness around, well, basically not copying flakes to the store. We're pretty close with that. I think he's merged stuff into determinate Nix, and we'll have something similar. I think more correct in upstream Nix as well. And yeah, that's one of the ingredients for getting a good flakes feature stable at some point. Yeah, if you want to contribute, please contact us. You can join the meetings. You can ask questions in the issue tracker. We have a matrix channel as well. So yeah, let's make Nix better, right?
Is anyone from the formatting team here? If you could come up on stage. Wonderful. Hi, I'm Jeremy. I'm the leader of the formatting team. Sylvan recently handed it off to me a few months ago. Our big update, I'm sure anyone who contributed to Nix packages knows about it. We have auto formatting enforced on all Nix files and some non-Nix files. So this is huge. Yeah, round of applause. This was a ton of work. I don't get any credit for it. I just joined the team after all the work happened, but I'm super happy. We have nice things. It's great. We did just do a 1.0 stable release. That's also great. It doesn't mean we won't change the formatting again in the future, but there was at least one big thing we knew we wanted to change before the stable release, so we did that. And yeah, I didn't put a bullet about it, but it's a Haskell project. We can always use more help. If anyone's excited about Haskell, please always use more help. If anyone's excited about Haskell, please just show up. We do meetings every other week, and I'm cut off. Okay, great. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Next. Oh. Take the other one. Test, test.
Oh, maybe that was not a
This one. This one. Yellow, yellow. Red, red. Yellow. Okay. Is Daniel Baker in the audience? He should be here. Oh. Okay, yellow works. Tom isn't here. Tillo, I'm not sure. Oh, Florian should be here. Is Florian in the audience? He might be at the Cybers stand. Okay, I'll briefly cover them. So marketing team is, I'm actually also, as part of the foundation, we're also in close touch with the marketing team. They're doing a lot of things. They actually just launched the survey. And so you'll see that on, oh, there's Daniel. You take over. Oh, I guess use this one.
Hi. Sorry about that. I'm Daniel Baker, or Jaku. The other members of the marketing team, they're not here today, unfortunately, or they're in the other building. But there's Tilo Billeberg, or Avocadoom, if you might know him on Matrix, Flyflower or Florian, and Tom Barrick, who is Tom Barrick. But we have several responsibilities. One of them is maintaining the homepage, the new branding resources that we've been rolling out this year, surveys, and the social media accounts. Some things that are really exciting for this year is we have a new survey that just went live yesterday, and we have actually a lot of input from different teams this year. So we have input from the foundation, from the steering committee, from the Nix team, and from the standard ends team as well. So please fill out the survey. It'll help inform a lot of the work that they do and make Nix better. We also have a logo update and a new branding guide that just is now being hosted and will soon be rolling out to different parts of website and discourse very soon. And we're working on a website redesign. It's been kind of historically difficult for people to navigate through the site, especially if they're new, to find information about what is Nix, where to find resources to help them learn. And we are actively working on a new website that should help bring people in, tell them what Nix is right away, help them find the resources they need, and get them rolling a lot quicker. And also, thanks to some help with Alexana, we're actually starting up a merchandise team. So there's some exciting things about that. If you're interested, let us know. We could use some more help with finding good suppliers, coming up with good designs, and getting things ordered for the foreseeable future. And I think that's all of us for right now. Thank you.
So now I'm Leona. I'm from the NixOS release team. Together with Tristan, we did the 25.5 release, and Tristan also did the 24.11 release. 25.5 was a successful release, and also, I guess, one of the first, or maybe the first on-time release. Not on the 31st of May or something like that. Currently, we are searching for a new release manager and editors. There are also already 2 release editors and 1 manager who suggested themselves. If you want to do that, you can register in the discourse. If you want to know something, you can ask me. We probably only do meta tasks of the release. We answer questions. We do a bit of structuring. We do a timeline and do some things around that the timeline is actually held. If you want to do that, you need to be a committer, but then I'm happy to see you here, work with you together and improve the release and have a nice 25.11 release. Thank you.
or I don't think anyone from the security team is here, but they are live. I haven't heard from them a lot, but they are doing stuff. Security team is here, but they are live. I haven't heard from them a lot, but they are doing stuff. So they wrote some slides for me to, I guess, present. And yeah, so they're working with security vulnerabilities, making sure they're disclosed in advance sometimes. You might have seen some posts on Discourse from them. So that's the security team. You can reach them. They have mail. They even have GPG keys if you need to have some sensitive conversations. They also have a team page. And team building and debugging. Oh, right, yeah, there's an upcoming Nix package security tracker. So you might see that fairly soon, develop a bit more, and the security team is involved in that. So if you're interested in upstream, like tracking upstream security issues in Nix packages and making sure they're resolved and you're not vulnerable with your packages, then yeah, they're going to be involved. Yeah, so thank you, security team, who's not here.
All right, hello everyone. Serge and I are two of the members of the CUDA team. We're here to talk to you about CUDA. We'd like to start with the team goal, which of course is making Nix and NixOS the first choice for users of CUDA accelerated software. That's kind of a lofty goal, but we're just two people, and the work that we do wouldn't be possible without the entirety of the open source community we have backing us. There's a constellation of wonderful people that surround us and make all of our work possible. In particular, thank you, Gaetan Lepage and Prusnak, for all of the work that you've been doing. It is noticed and greatly appreciated. I'd also like to take this as an opportunity to issue a call to action. It's hard to get an idea of who's using the CUDA stuff inside of Nix packages, so please get in touch with us. We've got our matrix link on there, as well as the NixOS community page. Please reach out, tell us what you're doing, what you're using, and what problems you're running into. That would help us make the software better for everyone. And if you want to start joining the team, start contributing. Make a PR, add yourself to the list of team members on the website when you feel comfortable doing so. Thanks. So most recently, this last year has seen the release of NixOS 25.05, which supported CUDA 10 through 12.8. That's a lot of releases. Master additionally supports 12.9, but dropped a huge number of those releases because they were relying on versions of GCC that were marked for removal. This last year also saw the introduction of a bunch of bash utilities under the array utilities scope. The CUDA packaging makes heavy use of setup hooks, so as part of making my life easier, I've abstracted a bunch of common functionality into reusable, documented, and well-tested bash functions. We also improved the overlay support for CUDA in our extensibility story. We now have a _CUDA fix point. That's pretty neat. I urge you to look at the implementation. Perhaps the largest change for users, the Nix community has been graciously building and caching some common CUDA accelerated packages. Thank you to Nix community for making that happen. Coming soon, we've got a metadata layer that's going to enable a whole bunch of neat functionality like separation of inputs and even help us as we try to enable cross-compilation. We've got better documentation coming on common use cases, consuming packages, because there are many footguns. We apologize, we're trying to fix them. And more core functionalities common across setup hooks are going to be abstracted out, hopefully yielding a better standard inv in the process. Also coming, the Nix community will be providing a GPU machine through Hetzner, allowing us to, for the first time, run some sort of automated runtime verification to ensure that when you try to use PyTorch or OpenCV, that the CUDA functionality actually works as intended. CUDA is fairly unique in the sense that even if you build it, that doesn't mean that it will work when you try to run it. But this is going to help us create packages that we're more confident about. And again, I'd like to close with a call to action. Please get involved. It's a lot of work, but it's incredibly rewarding. So thank you all. I appreciate it.
The old version.
All right. Who's next? You. All done.
Awesome. Thank you. No, I got it. Yeah. All right, so I got a minute left, and I want to say a few things. So first of all, CUDA team, they're doing some incredible work. Check it out, talk to them. If you have something going on, please reach out, and we need help everywhere, so do that. 2, survey, super critical. We've been running this for a few years now. Every year, more people have been contributing. It helps us think about what you want, what you need, and that goes back to the side of my conversation from early on about contributing and creating value in the ecosystem. Lassless, he does have a hammer. It doesn't mean anything about the moderation team. Disregard that hammer. And then 3, the Nix team. We have some of the best Nix minds thinking about Nix day in and day out, decades of experience. All right, and I've never seen a higher bar than the bar that the Nix team sets for themselves. So truly, like, go around, thank them, and just ask them some questions. And the last thing I'm gonna say is I talk about this, so I wanna lead with this. I think that at the end of the day, our ability to collaborate, be a community, is only as strong as our relationships. And I think being vulnerable is a way into having a stronger relationship. So this is me being vulnerable for a second. Obviously you have Baka. I've been showing pictures of this dog we rescued that they told us will be 40 pounds. He's 102, same stump, same dog. But for the moment of vulnerability, I have not shared this with anyone beyond our immediate friends and families. And I thought, what better moment to show vulnerability and act on it is that I've been juggling a few babies, right? Nix, Phlox, and I'm now expecting my first kid. Thank you. I am anxious. I don't know, but anybody that has experience in this, feel free to tell me some notes. Coming in November, so we planned it perfectly after NixCon, so this doesn't bother me. But anyways, this is the NixCon. Have an amazing 3 days. Shout out for the first NixCon after COVID, 2022. 100-ish plus people. You have 450 folks here who just want to collaborate, do amazing things, be friends, build relationships. And yes, as the president of our board members said, there's a really cool lake out here. Best location. Thank you to the NixCon team, and thank you for everyone that came over.
So this is it for this talk, but the next one is in 10 minutes. It's about NixOS mediation, a free mediation service by Jonas. He'll be here in 10 minutes, so if you're interested in that, join. Hello, hello, take your... Hello, hello, take your seats. We're doing a next lightning talk. Maybe a bit of Q&A?
Yeah, if we have time.
All right. So yeah, this is Jonas, Jonas Chevalier, or Zimbatten, as you know him.
Yeah.
And he's going to talk about NixOS mediation. Take the stage.
Yeah, thanks, Sylvan. Thanks. There were more people here before, and it's good, so I'm less stressed for the talk. So this is something a bit different. We were talking technical things. Here is, I wanted to talk about this mediation service that I launched in February. And this is something that I did with Russ Dupriz, who is not here today, but I will talk a bit about him and his role in this. So why are we doing this service? I think conflict is good, it's part of life, and we want to have good drama, not bad drama. So the idea of this service is that if things go a bit south, you can reach out, and there's a process that we use that is easy and that is quick, where you can talk, you have someone to talk to. So yeah, what is mediation? I think some people think moderation, mediation, what is it? So mediation is about a process that you can use to restore collaboration between two different or multiple parties where the communication has broken down. And for this, what you want is to have a neutral person that you can talk to, they listen to you, and they listen confidentially, so you can say whatever is on your heart. And they will figure out a way to reconcile both parties. So this is Russ. So when I wanted to launch this service, I'm just a geek, so I don't know how to do this. So I reached out to Russ. He's a professional trained mediator. He has 21 years of experience. And so when you reach out to this service, you're talking to him. I don't know of experience. And so when you reach out to this service, you're talking to him. I don't know what's going on. Like, my role is just to introduce you. To him, basically. And the process is easy. You go to this website, you fill a form. If the form doesn't work, you just send an email to Russ, and then he talks to you. If there's other parties involved, he reaches out to the other parties. And if Russ reaches out to you, it means that there's another person that wants to make things better, and it's like extending an olive branch to you, right? So yeah, usually we are able to resolve things quickly. So it's not a long process. It's not a long process. It's not like you're going through, usually it's 1 or 2 meetings. So yeah, if you find yourself in a situation where you're talking to someone and you feel like they don't really understand you, or they're answering like they're attacking a straw man or something like that, I think this is why this service exists. And resolution is you can engage with a person, you find a way to work together. It doesn't mean necessarily that you agree on everything, but you just find a common ground of, okay, I do this like this, you do this like that. And yeah, hopefully with this, we had only 2 cases since March when I launched this. And I hope after this talk, you go and you talk to us, you use the service. I'm happy to provide it for free. So yeah, enjoy. Yeah, any questions? Here's one.
What is specifically NixOS about this mediation?
So NixOS has had a little bit of drama in the past. So I wanted to target this community. I think we could actually, this is not the only community where we have this, and there's a huge opportunity to extend this to other places. And I actually reached out to some people in the Haskell community, and so I'm hoping we can extend this to the whole open source ecosystem. Good question.
How many cases have there been, and can we know anything about like the resolution of any of these cases?
So there's been 2 cases, and one has been successful and not the other. And I don't know anything else because it's private.
Any other questions? Oh, here. I guess kind of. I guess kind of related to that, like how would you measure whether or not this is a successful sort of initiative, or like what are you looking for maybe in the future of how we can measure if this is like a good thing to be doing?
Yeah, good question. I mean, this is an organic thing, so I cannot stick metrics into all of you, but I think if we have a better time, I think as a community, that would be nice, but it's kind of a personal feeling, I would say. I don't know if we have a lot of cases, if it's a good metric or not, because yeah. But generally speaking, if you shouldn't really shy away, like just reach out, and if it doesn't apply to you, he will tell you, so yeah.
Any other questions? All right, then thank you a lot, Jonas.
Thank you.
And so before lunch, there's nothing else happening here. So make sure you have your lunch voucher. You can get free food in the Mensa. It's downstairs right here. The next talk, I think, is at 1:30. So I don't know what it is. Check the schedule. I guess I should know the schedule. But yeah, that's next time here. See you then. All right, welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch. We are starting right away with Robert Hensing on Nixops. So take the stage.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Robert. You can see my my socials and whatever here. Robert H. mostly on GitHub. That's how most people know me. Yeah, so this talk is about Nixops 4. A bit about me. I started using Nix about 9 years ago, I think, and I was so excited about it that I started a company with a little service called Hercules CI. It's CI, and you run it on your own runners, and then it talks to like herculesci.com, and you get a dashboard and stuff. And there's a bunch of other things that I do. I help out with module system maintenance. I'm on the Nix team. I wrote Flake parts. I'm on the steering committee. Yeah, this talk is about Nixops 4. If you want to talk to me about modular services, then feel free later. That's yet another thing. But yeah, let's focus on Nixops 4. Yeah, so first of all, this is made possible basically by the great people at in the Open Collective. When I started doing Nixops maintenance, I realized that it's a pretty big project to get that working well, and I opened this Open Collective. Basically, it's easy to see if there's interest in like funding this kind of thing. That's been running for a couple of years, more than a couple, and that's the whole reason this got rolling. Special thanks also to the Fediversity project. They were instrumental in actually getting Nixops 4 started. They provided the sort of activation energy for actually making big changes. So yeah, special thanks to them. Yeah, so what is Nixops 4? It's a deployment tool, and it's the successor of Nixops 1/2, which 2 isn't quite real. We never really had a release. And in proper Nixops fashion, it is work in progress. Yeah, so a deployment tool. I guess you're all somewhat familiar with Nix. So in Nix, you get, can I get a cursor on there? Oh, there it is. Right. Yeah, you write expressions. Those feed into Nix. Then Nix does some nice things with the store, and most of the data goes into the store, but it can also read back from the store. It produces files. Those files contain something. Very often, this is the NixOS activation script, and that makes something cool happen in the real world. So that's just Nix. What makes a deployment tool different? Well, it's basically doing stuff in these two areas. Nix itself doesn't really do anything there, but a deployment tool is all about it. So Nixops 1 is specifically a tool to deploy NixOS systems. It takes care of provisioning and the provisioning of secrets as well, which is a whole topic. And it also has support for deploying other resources, things like DNS entries in a cloud API, or all sorts of other things. Yeah, a number of those were implemented. And yeah, here's a very brief snippet of what that might look like in Nixops 1. You have a machine that's a NixOS configuration, which has some special options. Nixops extends NixOS to add those, and that gives it the info to do those cloud things. And the way it works is it first evaluates the resources attribute set, which is at the bottom here. And then it does all of that, and then when that's done, it does all the machines. Which is actually not really good enough for some deployments. So that's, I think, one of the reasons, at least for me, why Nixops 1 didn't quite succeed. I think other reasons were that it's yeah, it's actually pretty tough to get good testing and CI set up for this kind of project. It's just a whole lot of work. And in this specific project as well, it basically started life as a Python script. And it got improved and improved. But that turns into a pretty big code base. So there's no dates on this. Right, yeah, so this is sort of before some big changes. Then around 2020, I don't know exactly the date, maybe I should have looked it up, but some work was done to alleviate those problems. A plugin architecture was introduced, and now sort of the responsibility for all these parts was distributed as well. This made it really hard to make changes in the core. So, yeah, and also the tooling got quite heavy, and it was a bit unclear exactly when a pull request was good enough. So yeah, we had some challenges there, and when I joined, well, I didn't really join. I more or less what's the term, succeeded the previous maintainers. I joined because I thought NixOS deserves to have like a good provisioning tool, because when it's integrated, that does really make it easy. When it works really well. And also for my own product, Hercules CI, it needs users to deploy their own stuff. So there's also a bit of a commercial reason there. So yeah, I joined in 2021 to see what I can do. I was able to help with a few PRs, but I couldn't prevent the project from dying. I have kept it mostly buildable most of the time, I think. I might have taken a few reminders, but yeah, not a great success. So yeah, I had to like take a step back and think, like what is it that Nixops should really do? Yeah, I thought back to like before I actually knew what Nixops did. I had this sort of idea that it would be like Nix, but for deployment stuff, and it would be just as great, right? But Nix is designed as a platform, and Nixops was not. It was just a program. So I started making plans and a new architecture. Well, this would be quite familiar if you know Terraform. It looks more like this. On the left, we have still, yeah, I'm making the comparison, right? So instead of Nix, or actually on top of Nix, we have Nixops, and it doesn't produce files, but input values that go into resource operations. I'll get into that in just a second. Those produce output values, and those go back into your expression, and this can happen multiple times. And Nixops knows how to keep track of the data that is relevant to your deployment. Which, it would be great if that wasn't necessary, but in the real world, we kind of have to deal with it. We have to remember some identifiers or other attributes from the things that we create. Right, architecturally, Nix looks kind of like this. We have this language, it instantiates derivations, and those get built with the store and the sandbox. What we add to that is another layer, where the Nix language also configures resources, and those resources are programs that are built with derivations. So I think this integrates really nicely. You don't need a special package management solution for resource provider plugins. That's just Nix. So a resource declares the existence of a real-world object. It's a very common thing to do in software. And it has the CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete. So that enables Nixops to coordinate things like performing a deployment, updating deployment. Yeah, so a deployment is just a collection of resources. And that makes it actually quite different from Nixops 1. Because in Nixops 1, it had this notion of machines and resources, whereas Nixops 4 only really knows about resources. And the significance of that is that it's actually just as easy to integrate NixOS into Nixops 4 as it is to integrate, say, NixDarwin or NixBSD. Those are all on the same level. Right, so operations that Nixops has or will have. The main thing is apply operation, the big make it so, upsert, whatever you want to call it, which invokes all these CUDA operations. And another thing, it's not implemented yet, but it's actually really low-hanging fruit, I think, is the equivalent of Nix run. It would be really nice if you could just write a script in your deployment expression and then run it, and the script definition could just make references to data about your deployment. So that's definitely coming. It's just not in there yet. Yeah, you could use that to then implement other things, other logic on top of just deployments, which is, for example, backup or key rotation. But it could be anything. If you have some sort of maintenance task, you could just write a script for it and make use of all the identifiers and whatnot that are in your deployment. Right, so I have sort of touched on what resource providers are. So they're built with Nix, called by Nixops, implement a very simple protocol. It's just JSON over standard I/O. And currently, two providers exist. The local one, which is kind of the hello world for deployments. It can execute a command or create a file, which is great for testing and also actually quite useful. And the other one is a big one that I've been working on in the past week or two to get that to work. Is a Terraform adapter, or maybe I shouldn't say Terraform. It's not really OpenTofu either, because it calls the providers directly. So yeah, you could say that this is sort of the third implementation of the Terraform protocol client, technically. Yeah, the way this looks when you're using it is roughly this, right? It's currently Flakes only. I'd be happy to take a PR that makes it not Flakes only, but yeah. In a Flake, it would look like this. It's just a Flake attribute. Nixops 4 deployments.default. I think I want to get rid of that, actually. But for now, it's this way. And it contains a function, right? Because the way it works is you have data coming from your resources, going into your expression, and then your expression produces inputs for your resources, and you get this cycle, a fixed point. And what you're declaring here is sort of the user part of that. So for you, the inputs are the resources. Yeah, those contain the output values. And using those, you can then declare what the resources actually are. Yeah, so the current expressions make use of the module system. Module system is technically not required, but currently, yeah, all the things I write at least, they do make use of the module system, which I think is really nice. I think most people would agree. If someone wants to do something else, I would be happy to take a PR to, or even help out with sort of opening that up, making it easier to integrate other ways to do it. But I think for now, the module system is fantastic. So yeah, and instead of having this sort of raw resource declaration where you explicitly provide the provider, you could just import a module. So this is a module from the NixOS input. That should be the Nixops-NixOS input. But yeah, it's from a different repo. This provides an NixOS integration. Yeah, needs SSH and a configuration. And then when you apply this, it'll run the activation script remotely. You can have multiple resources. Here's an example of a resource that requires state. This one doesn't exist yet. And also, the type isn't really a string. But, so a resource like this, it would generate a key pair, and then it would store both of them or just the public key. And so that you can use it in later command invocations. And for that, it needs to reference another resource that takes care of actually storing that information. Currently, only one exists, which is the local file state provider. But ideally, you would use something that stores the state remotely, so that if you have coworkers, they see the same information that you see. You typically don't want to commit it, I think, because then you can have branches with different views of the world. Won't work out very well. So it's module-based, so you can actually also have like deployment-wide options that you declare and sort of model your deployments in this way. And import, you have all the module system goodies. So another thing is also the nesting of expressions, nesting of sub-deployments. So it's possible, for example, to have a deployment that represents, say, a NixOS machine with extras, right? It has some provisioning logic in it with a resource for that. It has the NixOS resource that we just saw. Maybe something for a DNS record. And then you can bundle it up into a deployment module and reference that in a sub-deployment. So you can have multiple hosts in that way. You can build like ever larger structures if you like. I think I'll just skip over this a bit. This is a bit of a sales page, I guess. You can ask questions. Right, demo time. Let's see. Ooh. Gnome, what are you doing? Let's try that again. That's better. Let's clear this. Okay. Interesting. Sorry? Oh, is that? Oh, yeah. It can be done. Oh, yeah, that's much better. All right. So, let's do it. So, what you can see is, oh, this one is a bit, shortcut's not working, okay. It's supposed to produce a bit of garbage when you resize. It's optimized for preserving all information, not optimized for being pretty. What you're seeing is a little text UI on the bottom and a log at the top. Both are very ugly and verbose and in development, so apologies for that, but you can kind of tell that something is going on, I guess. So at the bottom you can sort of see the things that are still active or happening. This should take just over 3 minutes. So, you can see it's now trying to find the host key in the log. So we have these multiple resources, right? The first resource created the VM, and this resource that's currently logging, that's a separate resource that just finds the log and returns the log as its output, at least when it's done with looking for a specific string. And now it's the NixOS part. So this is the local provider, exec, resource type, calling SSH. Yeah. Yeah, because this is a VM in the cloud getting deployed right now. I can show, well, this is copying. I can show what's in the file. Right, so it's a flake. Nixops 4 currently contains a Terraform provider. I think I'll move it out, just as NixOS is not part of the core either. Yeah, so it's using flake parts. It's the only thing I can do. I'm sorry, but we do have a function for just creating the attribute yourself. That's all fine. Yeah, down a bit. Yeah, so Nixops 4 is in the dev shell here. Oh, and here's the deployment. So yeah, it's a big module. Yeah, one thing you don't see in Terraform, right, is you can actually patch your providers right inside your configuration. I use this for actually implementing the adapter, because I could insert some debug statements to figure out what's going on. Yeah, so declaring that the provider, yeah, just giving it a name basically, so it's easy to reference. Naming it is also important for deletions, right? When you delete something from a deployment, you want it to actually be deleted, but it's not in the deployment anymore. So you kind of need a system for that, which I have to admit is not implemented yet. But yeah, so it's all in there. Oh yeah, also retrieving an AMI. Yeah, in Terraform this is a separate, it's not, they don't call it a resource. It's implemented in much of the same way as a resource is, but there it would be called a data source, because its primary purpose is just to retrieve data. And it's a bit different in the life cycle as well, I think. Yeah, so the way evaluation works is it happens in a separate process, just to make sure that you don't lose any data if something were to happen in the evaluator. And yeah, so it talks this similar IPC protocol as the provider protocol. And yeah, it's a bit of a back and forth. So Nixops requests to load a flake, for example, and from the flake it requests to load a specific deployment. And then when the evaluator needs information from Nixops, those would be resource outputs, then it can ask over the IPC. Yeah, this makes sure that you don't have to perform multiple evaluator invocations. It's well integrated in that regard. So I think recursive is an accurate description of how it works. Yeah.
And that can feed back does it feed back into the Nix code and continue evaluating?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's like a back and forth between like applying it in the real world and then feeding back into the ongoing evaluation.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Questions?
Yeah, I think it's probably a good time for questions. I have something about like the state of. Oh, let's first see whether it completed. Right? Oh, that looks successful. Yeah. It has actually deployed a little HTTP server, but I don't think it's too interesting, so let's just skip that. Yeah, I won't go into these slides specifically, I think. There's a whole lot that can be done still. You're welcome to contribute. I'll try my best and make that possible. Like it's very much in flux. The Terraform provider isn't merged yet, but I'll try to do my best. I should get a matrix zoom for this, I think. Yeah. Yeah, question time.
I got one question. So resources is like an analogy to like Terraform resources, right?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing, yeah.
So are resources inherently stateful?
Not inherently, actually. So, for example, the exec resource that I mentioned, it doesn't have a very fixed format or anything. It doesn't produce state necessarily. Like for any resource, you can imagine just saving whatever it produces to the state file, and that could be useful. But not all resources need that information to be available to do something useful, right? Exec, you can just rerun it, and that's probably fine. Same for file. I think the data source example, that could also just run, but you might want to cache it, right? And then state is quite useful.
So would it be valid to simply call resources impurities and use that as the name instead of resources, or is that not a valid analogy?
They are less pure than pure Nix code, of course, but they are controlled state. So I wouldn't call them impurities. That is a little bit too far. Yeah, they're just stateful. I would just call them stateful. That's good enough. Impure, I think you get into maybe impure derivations or evaluation impurities. This actually builds on flakes. So flakes provides, well, your flake provides a function, and that part is entirely pure. And Nixops just coordinates the information flow that function sees in a controlled way.
Yeah, two small questions. So first one, did I understand correctly that you basically replaced the Terraform part completely, right, with your own custom code?
Yeah, correct.
Cool. So you implemented the gRPC client, right, inside of Nixops.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And so that means that the graph evaluation, right, for the resources and the sequential execution is something that you control. Like for if you have a bunch of resources, and that's also pretty cool. And how did you resolve the persistence part for the state? Because in case of Terraform, you usually store it, right? And they have these connectors to all kind of blob stores, which is pretty nice. Except it doesn't work quite often.
Yeah, so it's a bit different. In Terraform, you get a fixed set, at least in official Terraform, maybe OpenSUFU might be different. You get a fixed set of providers that support state handling. In Nixops, that's entirely open. Anyone can write a state provider. Currently, the only implemented one is the local file one. And another significant difference is that instead of just putting the final state in the file, it's actually a log. So you can see the entire history of your deployment in it. And the way that works is it's a series of JSON patches. So it's actually, it's fairly standard. You could just run those and that'll produce the final state for you.
Is there any way to synchronize it between different users? So if you have the state shared?
So not yet, because currently it's only a local file, but that's definitely a goal. So in Terraform, for example, you have S3 as a backend or maybe some databases. And the same could be done for Nixops as well. Yeah.
Okay. And the last question, sorry. And it's just very interesting because I tried to write the same thing in Rust and I failed because of the goal types part. There is this intermediate library. If you, one of the biggest problems with Nixos deployments when you do that with the null provider is that you have absolutely no clue about the diff because it usually shows you the Nixos DRV file and different hashes. Do you plan to address this part? Because it was pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's a good one. That would be great to solve. I don't see anything stopping anyone from doing that. It's not a high priority for me, but that would definitely be nice. I mean, the information is there, especially so. Yeah, you'd want to store the old derivation path, I suppose. Maybe you need to reinstantiate it. Like if your coworker did the previous evaluation, you don't have the DRV file yet. So maybe you need to also do some evaluation to make that work. and then it needs to be aware of Git. So it could be a bit of a rabbit hole, but that would definitely be very, very valuable, I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's it then, I guess.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so the next talk is actually coming up very shortly. It's from Farhad and Zoe from the Free Software Foundation, and they're going to talk about, well, I'll let you speak for yourself.
Thanks, Alon. So the talk will start at 5 past, so in another 2 minutes or so. We just set up before that, so feel free to go to the toilet and come back. But only for a short one, yeah?
The timer actually showed him that, right, he had another minute, so it's like, seems like 10 minutes off actually, the timer here.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, okay. I guess we have to, so this talk is on 45 minutes,
yes. So until 2:50.
And the next one is at 2:15.
Right, this is, yeah. So there is a 15-minute break afterwards.
Is it 45 minutes? 45? It's 2:50, 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay, good.
Are you all prepared?
Hi. Good. You're on. You have to, I think, mirror your display or something.
Are you gonna like stay here and like maybe give people the microphone or something? Do like some intro? Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Then I don't need to be around here.
No,
Just
I'll do
me.
it.
Okay.
Cool.
Sounds great. Well, good luck.
Thanks. Hi. Should we do a mic check? Zoe? Do you want to say? It's good? Cool. Okay. I guess it was not a smart move to say tell people that they can use the toilet. Sorry about that. Okay, we'll start the talk in a couple of seconds. I see people are still coming in.
Exactly. So if people feel like I'm not super connected to having to finish the whole presentation, if there's questions, I'm happy to switch to doing that. So, is there a number of minutes that you No, yeah.
Just ignore this. We go until 50, and I'll show it in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or before I'll just sort of blink or something like that. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you've had a nice morning. It is my great pleasure to introduce Zoe Koyman from the Free Software Foundation. She is the executive director of the Free Software Foundation for some years now. I'm really pleased that she accepted our invitation to come and speak here. And I guess the topic will be something about free software. Thank you very much, Zoe.
Thank you. Thank you all.
If you have any questions, please wait for me to come and give the mic. If it's a long question, if it's a short question, I'd like to request Zoe to repeat it.
Sure, yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, so, well, it's always nice to be invited, and thank you for having me. It's a little bit harrowing always to walk into a room full of technical people when you're not one, necessarily. I know very little about Nix, but I do know that it's reproducible, and I know that that matters for the free software world as well. And I also know that a lot of people that work in reproducible builds are people that actually are affiliated or known with free software already. So is that correct? Like, you're all free software-ish people? More open source-ish people, maybe? There you go. So I am here today to remind you that free software actually matters. And I'm hoping for those people that nodded enthusiastically on the open source bit to convince them a little bit more towards our point of view of things. So I am the executive director of the Free Software Foundation. At the Free Software Foundation, it is our mission for all computer users to be able to do everything they need on any computer using only free software in all circumstances. We started 40 years ago in 1985. That's when the FSF was established, and the GNU project started a little bit before that. For those people that don't know what the GNU project is, Richard Stallman in 1983 announced that he was fed up with the development of proprietary software coming into his world of what people then knew as normal software, which was basically all free software, and wanted to make sure that the freedom that came with working in software, so editing it, running it on any system that you like, studying it, that all of that was secured. And to do that, he thought the best way to go about that is just to make my own system, and he dubbed that the GNU project. Then, of course, he needed a way to protect that system, and he developed a concept called copyleft, and in February 1989 he launched the GNU General Public License, and those developed further, and with those, the third version of those were published in 2007, and with that also something called the AGPL, which is the Affero GNU General Public License, which is based on servers. I can give you more information about that later, but this is sort of where we came from. Now, what does free software really mean? It means that you need to have the freedom to run the program for any purpose. It needs the freedom to study how the program works and adapt it to your needs, the freedom to redistribute copies so you can help your neighbor, and the freedom to improve the program and release your improvements to the public so that the whole community can benefit from it. Now, access to the source code is a precondition for that. And how do we protect that? By something called copyleft, which is a general method for making a program or other work free and requiring all modified and extended version of the program to be free as well, so that we may perpetuate that freedom and other people can profit from the work that we have done and from the freedoms that we have received. Now, what does the FSF do? We do advocacy, so part of that is to make sure that free software is a kitchen table issue. And for that, we use the arguments that, especially today, free software matter, user freedoms matter, and technology is developing at a speed and in a way that profits mostly companies and large-scale organizations that have very little interest in what the user experience is or how that user experience develops into the future. And so we try and convince people that with software freedom, you actually have more control over what that means. Now, that is a really big hill to climb because people tend to be satisfied with the conditions that they're given these days within technology. But what we say is even one change, even one objection, and even one person standing up for their user rights is where differences will be made into the future. So we do advocacy, we educate, we teach, we publish, we speak about free software, we talk about digital rights, we talk about privacy, we talk about surveillance, we talk about the right to repair, we talk about the free software philosophy, and we do that in a number of campaigns. So many that sometimes we get a little bit lost on like which areas we're speaking about, because there are a lot of areas in the world that free software matters in right now. And what we tend to say is that free software actually is a precondition for many of the things that people are fighting for today. So if you're looking for more privacy, free software is a precondition for that. If you're looking for environmental change and sustainability, free software is a precondition for that. And I can go on. So some of the issues that we care about and advocate about are listed on these pages. So on the left side, you'll find the things that we aim to achieve and the freedoms that we aim to protect. And on the right side, you'll find the abuses that we commonly encounter in today's technology. We also protect our licenses, of course, because like I said earlier, the free software philosophy stands on and leans on the strength of the GNU General Public License. The GNU General Public License is the license that is used to make sure that people's freedom are perpetuated. It's a strong copyleft license, and it's different from permissive licenses in the sense that the software that you are releasing also needs to give the freedoms to the next person. And of course, permissive licenses don't do that. For the work that we do in this field, of course, is we steward and we publish the GNU family of licenses. We educate people about what the GNU licenses look like, why they are made the way that they are, and we review other licenses to say whether or not they are free or non-free. We hold a free software directory, which is a directory that lists a whole bunch of programs that are licensed under free software licenses, and where you can find programs that can do pretty much anything that you can set your mind to. So if you're developing a program, it might be nice to want to have that listed in our directory as well. We have frequently asked questions, which is an educational resource about free software and about the GPLs, and it matters. Because it is, at this point, the most comprehensive list of information that we have about what the intentions of free software are, and it is referred to a lot by lawyers and in court cases to this date, and the FSF is seen as the primary holder of that information, and so we do our best to keep up with current technology and developments within both the technological space as well as in educational and legal spaces to make sure that what we are saying is reflected in those resources. So we also, of course, do compliance work. So we work with a lot of different organizations to get them into compliance with the GPL. And then we also work, in some cases, we have to step up that work and actually take legal action. And so an example of that is where we recently filed an amicus brief for the Neo4j fee SUI case, which is a case where Section 7 of the GPL is under debate because someone added in a restriction to the GPL, which is something that, according to Section 7 of the GPL, the downstream users can remove. That is a discussion that is currently in the courts, and the FSF has given our opinion on the topic, and we hope that that helps the court and the judge lean towards the right decision to protect software freedom there. We also are involved in the Visio case, which is a software freedom conservancy case, which is about really releasing the source code to free software. And one of our frequently asked questions was up for debate in that case, and the FSF was deposed to protect the interpretation of software freedom and make sure that large-scale companies like Visio don't get an opportunity to misinterpret the GPL or the intention of free software to their gain. So that's work that we do on the technical field. We, of course, hold the copyright to many of the GNU packages. We enforce our licenses and encourage any legal mechanism available for obtaining complete and corresponding source code. We support enforcement by any legal means available to users, and we work closely with organizations, of course, like I said before. Then technical work that we do is we maintain the free software definition, including how emergent technologies affect the four freedoms. That is general work, not necessarily technical work, but there is a lot of technical analysis that goes into understanding what developments mean for the free software definition. And right now, one of our focus points is, of course, the free machine learning application criteria that we are working on, because we need to apply the free software definition and the four freedoms to what we know will happen in the free machine learning world. That's a challenge, and we've accepted it. So we're working on that, and we published already some work on it. We'll be working more on that. We also fiscal sponsor the GNU project, another project, and we support their infrastructure. We do free JavaScript work, so we try and educate people about the consequences and intentions of using JavaScript on many of their web pages. And we have currently 2 apps that are working to help people protect themselves from non-free JavaScript, so that it would be Libre.js and JShelter. We also do direct free software development, and we run only free software for operations and for anything that we do, from our internal documentation system to our phone system and our video conferencing. Now, this is the part where I try and convince you to use the term free software and not open source. So as many of you know, but I also know from talking to technical crowds more often that there are many strong supporters of the concept of open source. And I think it's important to take a step back and understand that open source is actually a concept that comes from the concepts of free software. And there isn't actually that much of a difference between the actual applications of things. So a lot of the software that is named open source is actually also free software, and the other way around. A lot of the licenses that are on the open source initiatives licensing list are actually also free software licenses, and the other way around. But they represent different values. So where many people talk about open source, they talk about adaptability, the freedom for having many developers work on it and improving it, increased security because of those reasons, all of those things. And all of those things are also benefits of free software, only we talk about freedom. Because when it comes down to it, we believe that any person should have the freedom to run, to modify it, and distribute changes to the software. This is a freedom that the open source initiative and many of the open source supporters also support. It's just that we keep bringing people back to that one word, freedom. And we do that on purpose, because we believe that when you start there, you can grow from there and build whatever it is that you want and share it. So why talk about freedom? Because we're talking about people's essential freedoms. Like we said before, free software is a precondition to many of the issues that people are currently advocating for. So privacy, the environment, generally just having the freedom to do what you want with your technology, user control, lockouts, all of those things are all things that software freedom is a precondition for. The other thing is we want to make sure that we focus on helping others. The work that we got from people is worth giving back for. So we stand on the shoulders of others, and we help others, and that is, of course, incorporated in freedom too. Then social solidarity, same thing. Sharing, collaborations, those are all things that we want to focus on, the things that we want, values that we want to give to people and talk about with people. And then we want to talk about ethics and not necessarily about people's profit margins. Those are all there. Like I said before, a lot of the software that is called open source is also called free software. It's just that when we talk about it, we want to focus on improving people's relationships. We want to talk about improving the world. We want to talk about improving technology so that users can gain from it. So while we can talk a little bit about open source. So open source, like I said before, was initiated from a group of people that were actually staunch free software supporters, and then decided that they needed something a little bit more sellable to the world. And so open source was born. They focus on practical values and avoiding confrontations. They stop at share. And today in our community, a lot of people who started the open source movement actually talked about the fact that free software is a confusing thing, because free means gratis for a lot of people, and that's not necessarily something that they wanted to promote, because that's not something that businesses like to hear. But today, actually, the things that we were, as free software movement, accused of is actually something that is happening in the open source community as well. Now, this is, of course, also a sign of the positive developments and the gains that open source as a movement has achieved, but it is something to be very, very conscious about. So when you're talking about open source, when you're talking about free software, what exactly are you talking about? Because if you bring it back to the core of where we're coming from, then we are really talking about the four freedoms or the OSI definition. We're not talking about source available. We're not talking about open science related technology. We're not talking about open weights. We're not talking about open name something. We're talking about something that already has a defined definition, and it comes from a philosophy that was born from freedom. So now, of course, we're in machine learning territory, and that is making things even more confusing. So OpenAI, of course, started everything with being called open in the first place, which is absolutely not what they are. Then we've got Llama, who, of course, is very good at promoting themselves as open source, not what they are. And then we have DeepSeek, which is something that is very close to what we would like to see, but not quite yet. Then there is confusion about models and licenses. Can a model actually be licensed? Because we see models being licensed, but it's not actually a given that that's the case, because there's no courts that have made any decisions on this yet. So what we see, we also need to take with a little grain of salt right there. And then, of course, there is confusion and debates about the rights of usage. Can machine learning systems actually be built upon the work of others the way that we have for a very long time? Also, that is something that hasn't actually fully been decided yet, although the courts are leaning towards yes. And I have to say, as the Free Software Foundation, we also tend to be leaning towards yes. And I'm happy to take any questions on that. So I quote Marshall McLuhan, who wrote this Medium is the Message. He wrote this, and I don't agree with all of the things that he said, but this sentence to me is always a good reminder of why what we say matters, and the terms we use are something to think about. So in understanding media, it matters not why we are taking a train journey or where we are going on the train. These are irrelevant side issues which only divert us from noticing the train's real cultural significance. Its real significance is the medium is the message, the way it changes our perception of the world. So it's not about what you do with your tool, but it is about the tool itself. And for us, it matters that that tool gives us user freedom. What is the dominance of proprietary software doing to our perception of society, of ourselves, and of what we should be allowed to do with our technology? Profit margins are prioritized over privacy, over user rights, and over dignified technology use. Are the tools you're using and making helping to make a statement for change? I would love it if you would ask yourself these questions. And that was the bulk of my talk, and I hope I've convinced people in this room to at least start using the word freedom or question it themselves a little bit more. Or at the very least, given you a bit of history on where the terms that you are using are coming from. I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I see one.
So you were talking about making more free software and like using it. My question is, how do you solve this problem with smartphones? And do you have any suggestion, like what someone should do to free the smartphone, to make it truly free software, including bootloader and firmware?
Yeah, it's a great question that I wish I would get in a month from now, because I would love to talk more about it. Then I'm going to stand here because then I can see you. So mobile phones are, of course, an issue. One, we have a lot of mobile phone operating systems developing right now with a lot of free software in them, but of course there are always blobs that aren't free. And that's an issue. And of course, then you're also talking about the modem, and that's an issue as well. So we know, we also know that as the FSF, for the people that know our organization and or are slightly negative about our organization, we know that we are often accused of not being the most progressive, not understanding the real world, all of those things. We know that mobile phones are a challenge, and our stance has been for a very long time, don't use it, but we also know that that's not realistic. So we are taking steps to just research what we can do in this field and space, and keep an eye on our pages, because I am quite excited about the fact that we're diving into this area, because it's a field where work and development matters, because it's not impossible to run a free operating system on a phone, and it's a step-by-step kind of thing. So.
I saw your hand.
A bit a related question, but not completely. You said that at the Free Software Foundation, you only use free and open source software. Do you share this experience and recommendations that other organizations could look at in order to do something similar?
Sorry,
you said you only use free and open source software in your organization.
Yeah.
Do you share this experience and tips for other organizations, and where can I find this?
We have a repository with a lot of information on Savannah and on legalplanet.org. We publish a lot of information as well, of course. And if you have any specific questions, we're always happy to answer. It's funny because we do everything with free software, and often that's so normal for us that we forget that people might find that interesting. So then we have to take a step back and write something down, like how are we doing this, and then publish it. So it can be a little bit haphazard, or take a step back and write something down, like how are we doing this, and then publish it. So it can be a little bit haphazard or unorganized the way that we release this information, but we do. There is, like I said, a repo, which is probably the most comprehensive resource that you'll find, with a lot of information on it. And then there's publications on a lot of topics from the tech team. So at least 3 times a year, they take one major topic that they're working on and then publishing about it. So we published about freeing up all of our biases. We published about, just recently, the work that we're doing to protect especially our repo-based services from web crawling in a free way and things like that, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks, that was a great talk. So I love the philosophy, but I was just wondering if you could sort of say anything about how you imagine the development of software actually being funded with it all being, say, free software.
Yeah, so it's the corporate world is, of course, I have a product and I sell it to you. We're not against you doing that at all, but we do know that that's, it's hard to offer an exclusive service that makes people come to your organization or your company only to do that, although it does happen. So there are actually companies that are profiting and running a commercial business based on the fact that what they're offering is more comprehensive or more exclusive or just better quality than any of the other services, even though it's free software. And beyond that, of course, we see a lot of organizations that run on a donation system. So pay what you believe is its value. I mean, the FSF itself runs on that system. Now we're a nonprofit, so I know it's not comparable. But there are actually also organizations doing a really good job. And we, like I said before, we're not against offering a service for a payment at all. But I understand, you're hinting at the fact that it's a challenge to keep that service or that product that you're selling of better quality, of better, that people just sort of end up being able to get whatever it is that they want outside of that. But we have seen in history that there are definitely companies who are able to stay ahead with their product from every other organization that is sort of distributing a similar package of software. So we're all for it. We know that it's not the same as, opening a little shop and selling your products as is, but we do believe that if you push a world that is built on idealism, then maybe we also need to make some changes in our corporate mindsets.
Hello.
Thank you very much for the talk, and also thank you for acknowledging our existence by being present here. Lots of questions. I'll start with a short one. The right to use software to any purpose means as well the right to use a technology to run killer drones, mass surveillance infrastructures, big finance infrastructure, which has been a controversial matter in the Nix community as well, where with and without your FSF hat on, where do you stand on this trade-off between freedom and the consequences?
Yeah. I was warned about this question. So at the FSF, we actually have a pretty strong position in the sense that we believe software freedom above everything. We are not, we are very good at determining what that freedom should look like. We're not very good at determining what freedoms people shouldn't have. There are institutions and governments and lawmakers who are able to do that work. And so we have to rely on those people also, because that, of course, is an international problem and not just a local one. So at the FSF, we say ethical licenses are not free licenses.
Yeah. Okay. So in the slides, you mentioned licensing of AI models themselves, but I want to ask if the FSF has a strategy to enforce code generated as AI outputs. Do you have a strategy, or are you waiting for legal precedents on this?
Sorry.
So imagine a company uses GPL code to train an AI model, and I generate code with it that's really similar to a GPL code, but I can use it commercially without actually open sourcing my code. Does the FSF know how to enforce that case? Or are you waiting for legal precedents on the topic?
I still don't understand your question.
So
I'm sorry.
So the GPO strictly prohibits me taking code that's GPO licensed and getting commercial products without sharing them freely, right? So that's obviously already legal actions you can take to prevent that. But what happens if instead of doing that, I train an AI model on that code and just use the AI model to produce my product in an unfree way? Is there a way the FSF Foundation is going to enforce that, or are you waiting for legal precedents on AI outputs?
Yeah, we are dependent on legal decisions for that, yes. We of course believe that if you train your model on free software, then it's the right thing to do to release that as free software as well, of course. But your question is, in a pure situation, if you run an AI system or a machine learning system on basically only free software, I think that it's pretty safe to assume that the makers of that model would probably license it under free software again as well. But in the real world, of course, your question becomes a bit more complicated when it's actually proprietary and free being mixed there, and then it's a soup that you have a lot of a harder time determining sort of what the outcome is. And so we have to, if you ask me, I'll say just make it free software.
Nix began largely as an attempt to resolve the dependency hell issue, and the inspired GNU Wix project is even more vocally explicit about trying to manage the full bootstrap chain, more principled than Nix packages, for instance, which is all essentially an acknowledgement that the right to modify software does not come for free. It is not just about putting on a GPL license. Software has to be adjusted and made to accommodate users. Modification ability. How could FSF reflect that in their for fundamental rights or any other principles that they advocate for?
So reproducible builds and these concepts that you talk about are builds that we fully support. at the FSF and as free software. We think that, I mean, it's work that is very valuable. It's work that allows other people to use the software that you're actually developing in a much more efficient way than a lot of other programs that are being developed. So I think we, as the Free Software Foundation, we can say that much, but stop short of going, and all free software should be reproducible. I think also because we also want to support the smaller, you know, groups, the small projects, the amateurs, those people that are not necessarily technically as equipped, or even producing something that needs to be reproducible all the time. And I don't think we necessarily need to exclude those people to be able to fully support the work that you're doing. We exclude a lot of people already in our community, so I think.
Yeah, Zoe, may I ask a follow-up question to the one that this gentleman asked before?
Yeah.
So your last statement was that an ethical software license, in the strict sense, is not a free license.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow in my mind, there's a bit of a paradox there, because for me to choose a free software license is an ethical choice for me, right? So it is a bit, you know, people choose this license because of an ethical leaning. It's not because of a commercial one. They want to see a better world, whatever that means. And there, I see many people who think that, hey, you know, freedom means, you always ask yourself, freedom for whom? Right, and so I don't know. Maybe it is there, and is this something that the Free Software Foundation thinks about? That okay, how do we, you say government, it's a job of government, but many governments are in the hands of robber barons, right? So we don't really subscribe. Many people don't subscribe to these views. Is there a way, I don't know, to tweak a free software to do this? It's a hypothetical question. You know.
So, I mean, yes, of course we think about this, but we as the Free Software Foundation, we have 40 years of history of deciding, of telling people what we think is right. So, I mean, if anyone is qualified enough to do that, it's us. But no, that's a joke, because the thing is that we also know that we don't own the word ethical. We don't own the word freedom necessarily. We think we have a pretty good idea of what is ethical, and we think we have a pretty good idea of what is free. But who's going to protect people from our ideas when they're not necessarily ethical, even though we say they are? And that's, I think, the space where the FSF has decided to take a step back and really leave that to, indeed, the authorities. And I know that often we don't agree with the authorities, and as the FSF we also, sometimes say, object to that. And we definitely don't necessarily say, oh, bow and just take no for an answer or whatever. But we are realistic enough to say that a lot of people that create software licenses that have some ethical nature in it, those people, they're like fully grounded in what we believe is ethical as well. We also, want to no bombs, no capitalism over other people's backs, those are things we all support as well. But when that area gets a little bit more gray about which groups of people can or cannot use software, or indeed, if something that is scientific but pushes the boundary of what we think is natural or good, then you're in a space where we feel we don't have a say on whether or not that should be free. And so we need to give that discussion back to the world and trust on lawmakers. And that's just, it's just an area that would be too much responsibility to give to one organization.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Yeah, super quick question. How do you advocate for the security in FOSS in general? I understand you advocate for the free or libre part, but how, from your perspective, how do you talk with corporations, for instance, about security in general for software?
Well, not my expertise, but I think a lot of our, I think actually reproducibility is something that we really sort of look at when we talk about best practices. And so that's definitely something that we look at. And then, of course, yeah, I mean, we follow the new law developments and new mandates that come out to sort of determine what security is or isn't, and then see whether or not we can work through that ourselves as well. I think security is a challenge for proprietary and for free software, really, so probably same.
I have a question about the, let me start over. The free software is something about the ability to modify and distribute users' own version of the software, right? But this originates from the people with technical background. There's people who don't know about how to code, how to modify this. This is about knowledge, and more importantly, in this day and age, the modern software are getting more and more complex with more dependencies, more complex tool chains.
Mm-hmm.
Although many people here work to make this simpler, but we have seen very complex software in our daily life. Like, it's very demanding to compile a Linux kernel, and it's almost impossible to compile Chromium, Firefox, AOSP on a normal desktop device. And this is even more the case when it comes to large language models. You have mentioned that DeepSeek's open source model is ethically better than Meta's, and Meta's is ethically better than OpenAI's. But
I didn't say that,
you, at least
I don't do ethical ladders, basically.
Okay, at least you say DeepSeek, their license is...
No, I get what you're saying,
is
yes.
closer to what we want as free software. But what if, even if they did publish everything like their internal training code, their data set, but we don't have, but we as normal people or as small organizations, we don't have the GPU clusters to retrain it. We don't have the knowledge to audit, to review, to reproduce the build. In this case, what is the meaning of the right to modify and redistribute?
Well, it depends on what level of software you're talking about. Like, if you're talking about a small package that you can build yourself, then that software freedom matters. When it comes to a large package or a large system that you personally cannot necessarily reproduce because you don't have the system or the technology or the finances to do so, then maybe someone else can. And that brings me back to the question also, like, where can people earn their money? I mean, there are people that have skills, that have the capacity, that have the technology, that have the finances to be able to facilitate things like that. So why can we not imagine a world in which, okay, I cannot fix it myself, but I can go to maybe 5 different options of people that I could trust that could do that for me, that can either check whether or not my software is reliable and or can fix it. And I understand that gap of like being able to install and build a package that, I don't know, does some simple calculating on your computer towards what you're saying, like, I don't know, a web browser like Chromium or even a full machine learning system, that gap just keeps getting bigger. But as the Free Software Foundation and as the Free Software Definition, we try to go back to the core of things. And sure, it means that not everyone can sit down and modify their software, but the fact that some people may be able to matters. The fact that you can get people and resources together to make those changes, to an existing system, it matters. And so if we're not fighting for every person individually, then we're fighting for us as a community.
Great. Thank you very much, Zoe, for being here and for answering all these questions. Let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the questions.
Cool. The next talk will be at 3, if I'm not mistaken. See you then. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Okay, good. I see some people coming in, so let's give a sec, and then we can start. As we start, a small disclaimer, I tend to speak fast and with a funny accent. So if at some point it becomes hard to follow me, just holler and I'll try to slow down or rehearse. So it's not you, it's me. Let's put it this way. I'm going to present today some work I've been doing in the Flatpak and Nix space. I've made two assumptions for this talk, that you're familiar with Nix, which I think is fair, and you're at least interested in Flatpak, even if you haven't used it. Yeah? Okay. So this won't really be a talk about why Flatpak is great or why it is not. Other folks have this kind of material out, and they could explain it better than I could. This is going to be a talk about specifically managing Flatpak application on NixOS and about a tool that I wrote, Nix.Flatpak, and now I got to write it. Has anybody heard of used Nix.Flatpak in here? Ah, cool. That's a couple of people. We can chat. Sorry? Thank you. So in the disclaimer, I also want to say this is going to be a highly opinionated and anecdotal talk because I'm talking about a problem I had and how I solved it, but then I found out that other people had it and are also using this thing to solve it. So just take it as with a grain of salt. There's nothing here that is all the truth. It's just how I do things. Your mileage may vary, and that's okay, right? So how did we get here? I am a long-time Linux desktop user, like at the risk of dating myself. I started using Linux on my desktop in '98 with Debian Potato 2.0 till 2007, roughly. At the time, I always had this kind of tension between a stable system and bleeding. And here I don't mean bleeding edge, but bleeding as in physically, painfully bleeding by getting the thing to work. I mean, I'm talking about recompiling KDE on Gen 2 PPC on my iBook G4 because I wanted something new. And yeah, that wasn't great. So I got a job, I got a Mac, like many other people, sadly. And I enjoyed my Mac for a long time because Mac gave me a stable core with orthogonal applications to the core that were independent from each other. Meaning that no matter what I did, like my SSH client was working, and if I would install or update Firefox, that wouldn't break my email client, and vice versa. So I could use my machine for doing the work. And this has been working well for a long time, even though I have some pain point with macOS in the most recent years. It was all good. I think I found my space till in 2022, when I discovered Nix Darwin. And that's been my gateway drug into the Nix and NixOS ecosystem, because it kind of took over all I do. And I'm a NixOS user since 2023. And it's been a great experience so far. I think the hardware support is better than I used to. And the UX experience is much better than I used to. But I still have this pain that I want to run a very stable system, because I don't have time to fiddle. So I want my core to be stable, but sometimes for some applications I want a bleeding edge, and I don't mind if they break, but I don't want an application to break everything else. So I tried mixing Nixos stable and unstable for a while, pinning packages. We're gonna get back to this later, but that didn't really do it for me. I really was missing this orthogonality between my desktop and the core OS that I had on Mac. In around, I think, end of 22, I came across this talk from NixCon, from Martin Wimpress, and it kind of changed my view. I think it was because basically what Martin described is like, it's what I wanted. Like, I want to run a stable system with Flatpak bolted on top, which prompted me to a question. So what is this Flatpak thing? Because, mind you, I haven't been doing Linux desktop for 15 years at this point. So I started playing a bit around. This is you don't see the credit, but it's an image from the Flatpak documentation. So Flatpak is a packaging system that allows apps to run in sandbox, system-independent environments. Think a bit like container. Think a bit like an app package on macOS. You download a Flatpak, you install it, and you got it. So this diagram here illustrates a bit the Flatpak architecture. Here you see 3 separate applications. Could be a browser or VS Code or whatever, basically. Each application contains its own data, code, and libraries. that they use for their own special purpose operation. And all of these applications run on a shared runtime. A runtime is a set of common libraries that multiple applications can use and share with each other. Think GTK, for instance, or glibc, or something like that. This is pretty cool because it's a design that allows application to be completely self-contained because everything runs on top of a sandbox on top of the OS. And there's a degree of isolation between application and application and OS. And I think I like this property because it reminds me a bit of how I used to run my desktop on Mac. I want to stress this is not the only containerization and app framework out there. This is one that I happen to like. Just do your own research, but I stuck to this. In Flatpak, users interact with the sandbox via the Flatpak CLI or some GUI application. And at its heart, Flatpak is all about bundles. Bundles is a single distribution that contains everything that an application needs. So think just an archive that you can install with Flatpak install and then the name of the application. And that's it. That's all you need. So you run that command, Flatpak install, and you got the application running on your desktop. .flatpak is the extension for specific bundle. Flatpak is also the concept of repositories. Think app stores. So with the second command, Flatpak install from FlatHub, FlatHub being the main app store, some application. There you go. You get it installed without having to download a file manually. When you talk about bundles, we have application bundle and runtime bundles. In this specific talk, I'm going to focus on application bundles, that is the application themselves. Runtime is a bit of a different beast. It's basically these shared libraries and frameworks, and it's a separate story. So when I talk about Flatpak here, think application, think a browser, an editor, and so forth. And what I like about this model is simplicity, because with one click, with one command, you just can install this app anywhere. This is really OS agnostic. This is just the Flatpak CLI talking to the Flatpak sandbox. Okay. There's a bunch of other cool things that Flatpak lets you do. There is a format of bundle called Flatpak Ref, which allows for install from web type of workflow. So you download this Flatpak Ref file, click on it, and it's going to install setup repos and basically self-contained applications like you would have on a mobile phone. And you can have nice properties like version pinning, manual reproducible deployments, and a bunch of other things. And under the hood, it uses well-established Linux infrastructure for store management and sandboxing. There's other cool stuff that we're not going to cover in this presentation, but Flatpak runs on a sandbox. The sandbox can be, its security can be tightened or loosed as you want, so you can work a bit and tweak the isolation. You can do cool things like cross-architecture emulation via QEMU. So for instance, you can run Arch64 on x86, might you want to. And it gives you high configurability for your app. So you can declaratively essentially specify how you want your application to look like on your desktop. So it's a bunch of stuff. I refer to the documentation. Might you want to learn more about it. So how do you install Flatpak on NixOS? Easy. There's a native support in Nix packages. You just enable the services.flatpak option, and you rebuild the system, and there you go. At this point, you have the Flatpak sandbox installed, but you don't have any facility or utilities to actually do something with it. The documentation recommends you to install a repository. So this command here enables the default FlatHub app store, but then it's up to you to install application basically at the command line, which kind of sucks, because it kind of defies the purpose, I think, of why I'm using Nix, right? Because I want my state to be declared, and now I have the application I want, but I have to install, uninstall, and update manually. Not great. So, thinking a bit how I use my Mac OS with Nix Darwin. As I was saying, on Mac I have a core that is basically Nix managed with CLI tools. I have the GUI, typically installed via Homebrew, another Mac OS package manager. And then Nix Darwin has some wrapper for this Homebrew that lets me declare which application I want to install, basically at system rebuild. And I really want to have the same thing also for NixOS, because that's That's cool. Like that's something I would like to do, right? Can be my debate, like you can say you could mix stable and unstable. Yes, I could, but then I'm still gonna have unstable glibc mixed with my stable. Things tend to break. End of the day, I still really wanna use Flatpak, manage some update cycles independently, and have these two things kept orthogonal. So I started thinking, okay, why don't we have this already? And there are some projects, but nothing official. So why is it so hard to make Flatpak declarative and reproducible like any other piece of application or piece of infrastructure that we handle with Nix? And there are 4 reasons that I can think of. Let's break them down before jumping into how I approach this problem. So there are some declarative gaps between the Flatpak sandbox and what you would expect from a declarative system. The Flatpak CLI is highly imperative, and so are the GUIs. You can install, you can update, you can remove up one by one, right? But there's no native way to declare, I want this exact application with this exact version, read this config file, go do it for me. Like, there's nothing like that. And also the Flatpak CLI is inconsistent. I'll give an example in version pinning. So you can pin a version of an installed Flatpak application, but this will prevent updates, right? But there is no built-in way to specify exactly commits or hashes that you want to pin to when installing. There are workarounds it that requires you to first install an application, then update it, and then update at a certain pin, but that's kind of, well, that's not great. Basically, the assumption is with Flatpak, you always go for latest stable, and off you go. There is a risk of runtime drift, because we saw that Flatpak bundles can be applications that run on runtime. So your application might stay stable, but the runtime may update independently because of some weird interaction. So you might have a stable application with a runtime that changes and incur into a regression, which is not ideal if you want something reproducible. And then there is limited tooling and integration. Like in case of Nix, not much at this stage. All right, so at this point, I was new to Nix, I was new to Flatpak. I was really curious. I was thinking, like, can I make this thing declarative? Like, is there really some way to do it? Like, given all this limitation, is there a way to make the word of this Flatpak imperative application management compatible with Nix? With a caveat, remember that I do care about stable core, but I could deal with less stable desktop applications, so runtime drift, it's okay. If something breaks with Flatpak, I'm gonna go and manually fix it. It's not critical. So the answer to this question here to me was, yes, we can do it, but with some trade-offs. There's an interesting framework that I found in this paper, linked here, that introduces a mental model of software management systems in 3 categories. It's all centered around state. So on one end of the spectrum, you have what is called the divergent system management state. That is the system state divergent from the described target one in unforeseeable ways. And that's a bit what installing tools from the CLI as, let's say, one-off can lead, because you don't know what's on your system till something breaks, basically. On the other end of the spectrum, you have what the authors call the congruent state. In a congruent state, the system state is forced to be completely equal to a target state, which in my understanding is pretty much what Nix does, right? Somewhere in between, they identify what they call the convergent state, which they characterize as a system state that is compared against a target desired state description, and whenever differences are found, it's brought together closer to the target, which is a kind of best effort, right? We can allow some flex, so we want our state to be matching, and if there is a divergence, we can course correct. And this is a bit what this tool I wrote tries to do, basically. Find a sweet spot between the chaos of CLI and the, let's say, strictness of Nix. So that's a link to this project. In a nutshell, what does it do? It's a convergent packet management tool for Nix. It's orthogonal to Nix Store. So Nix and Flatpaks and boxes don't know about each other. They are, all the applications installed with Nix Flatpak are going to live outside of Nix Store in their own namespaces. However, it does extend services.flatpak with ad hoc options. I'm going to show you in a sec what I mean. It's responsible, this tool is responsible for managing lifecycle and overrides configuration, but nothing else. It's not going to run application for you. It's not going to do anything else that basically installing, managing lifecycles, and then configuring if you want. It supports version pinning at commit hash level via some horrible hacks that I can show you later on if you like. But at least it allows for precise rollbacks. It's a Nix module. It is distributed as a flake. It sits on Flake Hub and Flake History, and I see now I have a typo. And it is free software, since going back to what we were just talking about. So what does a flatpak state in Nix flatpak look like? It's going to look like something like this. Bear with me, my microphone is decided to not be compatible with my glasses. Fun times. So this is taken from a piece of configuration I have around. So up there, I am declaring a list of remotes. By default, Nix flatpak comes with FlatHub configured, like what NixOS documentation suggests. But we can extend it with others. So in this case, I'm adding a new FlatHub beta remote, a new app store with beta packages from FlatHub. The block below, services.flatpak.packages, declares a list of applications that I want to have installed at activation time on my system. So I'm installing Logseq, which is a kind of productivity tool, using the default app manager and configuration. Then I'm installing Visual Studio Code, and here I'm doing something a bit more sophisticated. Here I'm saying install Visual Studio Code from FlatHub beta, which I declared above, and I want you to install this specific commit hash. So I want this specific version of Visual Studio from the beta repo. Right. Then in the entry below, I'm installing Orca Slicer, which is a tool for doing stuff, basically. But what I want to show, this comes from a local file on my machine that I want to bundle with my configuration. Right. And finally, I'm also installing Flatpak ref, which is this kind of click and install type of application that in this case lives on a website outside of my machine and my config. So we can mix and match different provenance and sources, and hopefully, usually, it works. So this is all about managing state. This is what this application and package management does, right? So what happens is that on activation, a flatpak state.json that was created by the previous application and is what we call the current state is compared with the config.nix that I created. So we try to see where application added, where application removed, did commit hash changed, is it something that needs updating, and so forth. And it does a third comparison with the system actual state. I might have installed some applications manually, forgot about them, they pollute my state, but we want to be aware that they are there, right? So the idea here is that at activation, the current and the target state are going to be merged to generate a new congruent current state, right? And if the runtime diverges, the user can decide whether they want to remove the application not specifically declared or just keep them. It's a toggle that I'm going to show in a bit. So yeah, we can enforce congruency if you want. To keep derivation pure, the state lives outside of NixStore. And there are some hacks to do this kind of state comparison, which boil down to a ton of JSON manipulation done via JQ, which I'm going to come back in a second. Nix Flatpak has also option for managing the life cycle of a package. So up there, we have uninstall, unmanage. I don't know if the name is good, but the intention is that if you find packages on activation that are present on the system, but they are nowhere in the state declaration, remove them or not. So this is basically to enforce the target state to match whatever in your machine, right? Then you can specify if and when you want to run updates. So remember that we said that Flatpak expects to install at the latest version, but you can also manage updates, right? So you can do, when something is released, you can update to latest, and you can control whether you want to do application updates on application or according to a schedule. And in this case, I'm saying don't update on activation because it can take a long time, but do update on a weekly schedule. So this is a systemd timer that runs on a weekly basis and essentially decides whether to update or not this application. And then the final lifecycle management piece of config is something that we can use to remove orphaned or, let's say, drifted runtimes. Sometimes these things start to stick around and we can't get rid of them. Ooh, I see, we have 5 minutes left. I'm gonna speed up a bit in the last 2 slides. Under the hood, Nix flatpak is a module. It's a set of Nix functions that generates a bash script installer that essentially compiles these config options into bash script and statement that match the desired outcome. The installer is orchestrated via systemd, so it's all self-contained in the Nix world. It was all cool, so I built this thing for myself. I put it online. I thought, yeah, maybe somebody can use it. People started using it, and things started breaking all the time, which made me think, oh, I need to test it. And how do you test a bunch of bash scripts and JQ queries? My answer is, well, I'm using Nix packages test suite. Testing Nix function alone is not enough, right? So I came up with a strategy where I've introduced snapshot testing. Basically, what I'm doing is every time I do a change, I run my unit test suite, and I compare the outputs of the bash script generated by the installer with what I expect that one to be. It's a technique essentially to track regression. And that worked quite nicely and saved me some headaches. And I ended up introducing some wrappers on, let's say, the Nix packages test suite to also be able to integration test JQ scripts. Basically, I invoke a JQ script via Nix, and I compare before-after expected state. And yeah, that's cool. It kind of works. It was a bit of a hack. Finally, there's also a QEMU virtual machine for integration test and demo. So when you want to try it, you can just spin up a VM and experiment with it and see what it is. All right, we're almost at time. I want to describe what's next for this project. This for me went from being a learning project to something that people are using, and I spent a lot of time stabilizing it. I expect to get a 1.0 version by the end of this year. I've got some question about what I could do better to engage with the community, and it's something I hope to get also out of this conference. So if you're interested or curious or you have some ideas feedback, please reach out and let me know how you use it, what you would like to see, and if you would like to contribute and how. And feedback, welcome. There's a question I got quite often, that is, will this project ever be upstream to Nix packages? Because there is interest apparently for that. And my answer is like, I don't know. Like, it's really a question of governance. Is it a good idea? Is it not? Is something I would also like to engage and find out, like, what would the process be to have this kind of system upstreamed? And do we want it? Because my hot take is that I onboarded Nix and NixOS with Flakes, and I like Flakes. And from my point of view, Nix flatpak being orthogonal to NixOS is kind of mapped by Nix flatpak being orthogonal to Nix packages. It's an open question. I don't know. Alrighty, I think we're at time. We have 2 minutes for Q&A. Thank you. And if there's no question now, you can just grab me anytime. I'm happy to have a chat. I'm around the whole day and tomorrow.
Did you consider just opening a PR for upstream? I mean, if it's merged in Nix packages?
Yes, but it's not, I think, as easy because I don't know what work would be required to have a proper integration. So what the expectations are, quality standards are. So opening a PR, yes, we can do, but like to do it a bit more intentionally and understand if there is a need for that to not bloat the system. And this is something that I honestly don't know.
On the point around JQ, I've had a lot of success in a more work environment of using NewShell. Both to handle JSON parsing as well as a improved scripting environment. I don't know how much a fan of Bash you are, but I can recommend that.
Thanks. Something I'm going to check out.
Is there a future where we could have the packages be like the state manage the congruent state, like not like pure Nix where the flatpaks are in the Nix store?
I honestly don't think it's an option because Flatpak is a sandbox, so it's a pretty basically heavy system that comes with its own convention and its own way to use the file system, and I don't see how that would be compatible with Nix itself. But maybe I'm wrong, and I'd like to know how. It says here that my time is up, but until they cut me off, I can't go on.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to make sure I understand the runtime drift problem.
Yes. So runtime drift means, say that you run VS Code and Firefox on a given GTK runtime, right? So you have a set of GTK libraries. At a point in time, your Firefox and VS Code could remain at the same version, but the runtime could change because other third-party dependencies caused an update. So essentially, you could be in a state where your expected runtime does not match what you actually have because something out of your control changed it. Got it? Okay. All right. Thanks, everyone.
you gonna do the gong? All right, hello, we're gonna start. So I want to introduce Taras from AWS, and Ron, you've seen him bunch on stage already, and they'll have a chat about binary cache and AWS. So.
Thank you, Sylvan.
Yeah.
All right, awesome. Again, we're super excited to be here. And I'm in somewhat disbelief that I'm actually going to be talking at NixCon with AWS Open Source here with me on stage in Switzerland. Taras, maybe you give us like a quick intro.
So as Ron said, I work at Amazon Web Services. When I say AWS, show of hands, how many people think immediately open source?
By the way, for those looking at home, there's like half a hand that went up.
I saw this. Yeah, I got 1.5 hands. And basically my role is to improve that perception. AWS we consume a lot of open source, and we haven't necessarily been the best at giving back to the community. One story I like to tell is I grew up in the rural South in the United States of America, and culturally, we were pretty insulated. And the first ethnic restaurant we got, I don't count pizza. Pizza isn't like Italian cuisine. We got a Chinese restaurant called the Bamboo Garden. And every Sunday, the Bamboo Garden would have this buffet. And the entire town, we'd go to church, and then we all go to this restaurant. And one of the things they had on the buffet were snow crab legs, which is kind of a pricey piece of food to have it on a buffet. And there was this one guy who would take his plate and he would fill it. He'd take all of it. He'd take all the crab, even though there were people in line, and he'd sit down and he'd eat like 1 pound or 2 pounds of crab, and then go back and get more. Now, by the rules of all-you-could-eat buffet, he was perfectly within his rights. But there was this unwritten social contract that's not what you did. You leave a few, you share. And one of the things when I started working at AWS was trying to understand that people who did not grow up in an open source community, did not grow up in an open source environment, all they did is look at the license. And they'd say, this is Apache 2.0. I can do whatever I want to with it, as long as I maintain the copyright. And I'm like, yes, but there's this contract that comes with using open source software. And one of the things my group does is we work very hard within AWS to change that perception inside the company that, hey, when we consume open source, we need to give back. And the other thing that we do is Amazon has a lot of resources. And in my group, we can do things like assign credits, where we can give open source communities the ability to use Amazon resources. And we're very excited about Nix. Now, I am a Nix newbie. Like, I can spell Nix, and I've learned more in the last 4 hours than I knew long before I came here. And but one of the things is we're excited about what Nix brings to the table. We're excited about this community, and that's why we sponsored the Nix Cache. And so we, as I saw here, I didn't realize it was 0.5 petabyte, but apparently it's quite large. So
don't worry about it. It's totally managed. It's fine, guys.
So that's why I'm here. I'm basically here. I want to learn more about the Nix community. I want to learn more about how AWS can work tighter with the Nix community and how we can help, how we can give back.
So I guess just to kind of follow that thread, what even made you interested in Nix initially? Was there something specific? Like, what brought you here?
Well, one of the issues that we find out with open source becoming kind of ubiquitous is this idea of lineage, of provenance. When there is an issue, how do we determine what services? So prior to, I've been at AWS a little over 3 years, and prior to that, for 20 years, I ran an open source company called OpenNMS. You've probably never heard of it. It was an open source network monitoring tool. It was a huge monolithic Java application, and we consumed about 400 to 500 Java libraries. I mean, it was big. But the problem is when you have that many libraries, there's always CVEs, there's always issues coming up, and we had to figure out, what versions are we using? And we used Maven as a build environment, and it just depended on what day you ran the build, what version you got. And so one of the things that's very nice now is that we have this idea of having the accountability of being able to quickly make things secure for our customers. And that's one of the things we like about Nix is this ability to know exactly what the bits are, for lack of a better phrase.
That's amazing. And I guess going from there, obviously, I don't know if everyone's familiar with the S3 cache story, but a few years ago, we, as part of what I was talking about this morning regarding sustainability, we were exploring, what external reliances do we have? And one of those areas was someone external was paying for the S3 cache for almost 13 years. And that was a company called Logic Blocks, and later it was acquired by a company called Infor. And they needed to sunset that support after 13 years. And we made a call to action. We were like, okay, this thing is costing us not significant amount of money. And funding and sponsorship was not there yet, obviously. So we had a call out to the community and just for help, right? And a lot of the ecosystem and the community actually came together. And I remember it being like a multi-week sprint where everyone was throwing in ideas and, garbage collection and deduping and cold storage. And the community was really sprinting around how do we solve this problem of the cache? And I think I remember getting a message on Matrix, out of all places, from Dave Nally. Yeah. And I think now he's the head of developer experience at AWS. And Dave goes, hey, can we just help you in the community with that? And I think you and the team, Spot, Mila, Dave, and yourself kind of swooped in, were like, hey, how can we help? And one of the foundations back then, like what we were looking at is like, how can we have a fix for an amount of time so the community can also rally behind long-term S3 solutions and start optimizing it and thinking about it and not just trying to be quick. And I think that was immensely appreciated. And what ended up happening is year over year, you guys are coming back and you're like, hey, let's do it again.
Well, we really appreciate you actually using the credits that we give you because
we know how to do that pretty well.
Well, yeah. You won't understand. So anybody who has an open source project, you can Google AWS open source credits, and there's a form you fill out, and you email it to us, and we'll evaluate it. Now, the one thing that you may not realize with us supporting the cache is one of the reasons we do it is because our customers are using Nix. This definitely does help our customers out. We're very, very, very happy about that. But I remember once receiving, I don't manage the credits program, my coworker Mila does, but I'm on the mailing list, and there was someone had asked for $10,000 in credits. And she replied says, hi, we noticed that you asked to renew $10,000 in credits. In the last year, you've used 23 cents. And it was just like, so we really do like the fact that you use this stuff because it does reflect on us. If we give credits out that don't get used, then the program gets examined and, what decision makers. So just keep using the credits. That's kind of cool.
Got it. Okay. Good to know. And then I would assume, so that sounds super exciting. Are there things that as an ecosystem, as a community, right, all of us here are working in different places, thinking about different projects, is there some things that we can think about next year that can be helpful or useful for your team?
We really want to know how we can make AWS a more friendly environment for NixOS users. I've heard two things since I've been here. One is to make the cache easier when you bring up an EC2 instance. So you bring up an EC2 instance, can you bring it up so that NixOS is already there and already configured with access to the cache? Over lunch, I had a really good conversation, and one of the things that's big now is AWS Lambda, which is kind of our serverless environment. And the idea was to have a Nix layer when you call a Lambda function, so you don't have to build that yourself. The Nix environment is just available in Lambda. So what I'm interested in is if you see me around, I'll be around all weekend. If you see me around and you have some ideas for how AWS can make it easier. So when I ran OpenMS, we struggled with how do you make money as an open source company? And after trying everything, we did support, we did subscriptions, we did everything but open core. I don't like open core, I like open source. It came down to three things. People will pay for three things when it comes to open source. They'll pay for simplicity, they'll pay for security, and they'll pay for stability. And that's kind of where one of the most successful services at AWS is RDS, which is our relational database system. You can run MySQL, MariaDB, you can run Postgres on Amazon, and we abstract a lot of the difficulty out of it. We make it simpler to use, and we make it more secure and more stable. So anyone looking at a business model, those are the three things that we're kind of looking at. And that's kind of where I want to find out, how do we make it more simple, more secure, and more stable to run NixOS on AWS?
So I think I can speak for a lot of folks in the room, obviously being super appreciative. And this was a very proactive, effort from the AWS team and your team. What's your advice as we're starting to look, right? Just this morning, we were talking about how we want to be more open to collaborating and having contributors come in from organizations or larger companies. Like, what's your advice to us? Like, how can we do better there?
I honestly think I don't have any hard advice because it's a difficult problem. It's not something that one size fits all. But just watching the growth of this community, I mean, you're 100 people more than you were last year. That's, what, a 33% increase? You're doing a lot of the right things. And one of the things that I can do within AWS, as a technical person, it's very weird to me to report to marketing, but I'm actually in the marketing organization. And we do have this ability to do outreach. And even here, I've thought about 3 or 4 blog posts I want to do around Nix to get this in front of enterprise customers, to get it in front of people who just don't know it exists. The number one request I get from any kind of startup is not actually credits. It's always, how can I make the millions of people who use AWS aware my product exists? Because there's a really good story here in NixOS. And I think that, I've often said the best things in open source usually have the steepest learning curves. I mean, just understanding, on Wikipedia, there's a Nix page and there's a NixOS page. But there's only one website. And so it's kind of hard. Oh, it's a package manager. Oh, it's an operating system. Oh, it's, getting that story out and trying to make people aware of the value, I think, is something that AWS can do.
Got it. And also, I'll tell the crowd, if folks do have questions, we can turn this into semi-interactive, depending on the time that we have. Yeah. So if you have a question, raise your hand. I'll be happy to repeat it. But yeah, and Sylvan can be with a mic. So think about that.
Well, while we wait for the first question, I want to know 2 things about you. First of all, how did you get involved in Nix? Because my favorite thing of all the superhero stories is the origin story. So what's your Nix origin story?
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to be interviewing you.
I want to get that back.
Nix origin. So I was in before this I was running Meta Developer Products, and those teams and those organizations was doing a platform to pretty much replicate Linux, like replicate a toolchain on Linux. Starting to have to deal with all the works on my machine, Linux, Mac, let's say complexity, and we rebuilt everything from scratch. And then I found Nix. And I think for me, the first stepping stone to Nix was that genuinely there's a crown jewel in it. And that's the concept that 23 years ago, right, Ilko came and said, like, hey, and I'm paraphrasing, I don't know where Ilko here is in the crowd, but at the end of the day, paraphrasing, it's like, what if, software complexity is an order-end problem? What if we had an order-end solution for it, right? What if we could actually come and say that the entire baseline infrastructure for software is a common architecture? And I would say that's wild, because how do you do that? You need the entire supply chain to also be a common architecture. And I think, this community over 20 years was able to build the critical mass that it needed to be, and that's Nix packages, and that's where the cache comes in, to actually create most of the software universe that is needed to create a common architecture across the ecosystem. And I think that's the magic of it. And that's what really got me excited about the potential for Nix and how it can change the way we foundationally do software in the industry.
Well, I can just tell from the short time I've been here, the energy coming from this community is really, really solid. And it's great to see. I spend a lot of time now in what I call corporate open source, and I really miss this. You know, it's like I've just really had a fun time with the conversations and the hallway track. So,
do you have some examples of like other open source projects that you've been working with or are excited about?
One of the ones that I've managed to fund a lot of. Does anyone here know a man named Chris DeBona? He was head of open source at Google for many years. He once quipped that his job was to give money to his friends. And I really took that to heart. And one of the databases that we use at AWS that I don't think gets the credit it deserves is MariaDB. And so I was able to convince MariaDB to Amazon to become the very first diamond sponsor of the MariaDB Foundation. Wow. And it's 500,000 euros a year. Which is funny because at AWS, we were a document-driven culture. Like when I signed up, my boss says, you won't need PowerPoint. Like everything's done in documents. And so I gave my first presentation, the first official document I ever wrote, I presented to a vice president. And the vice president said, good doc, I'm not aligned. He basically, which not being aligned is very bad at AWS. And I wore him down. It took me 2 months, but I convinced him that this is something we needed to do. And there's a lot of really interesting things. My role right now is we are trying to reach out to startups pre-funding. Okay. And the idea is how can we identify these startups and give them a leg up and get them started? I would like, this is not official anywhere, but my personal goal is to make AWS the place to run open source workloads. And I don't know if I'll succeed at it, but that's my goal. And so that's kind of where I'm always interested in. So if you've got a startup idea, let me know.
So on the startup point, is that mainly open source startups? Is that
open source startups? I specifically, it's kind of difficult. It's hard to find. There's not many companies that do what I would call pure open source, commercial open source. Percona comes to mind. I work a lot with Percona. And all of the tools Percona provides are available under open source licenses. They also have, of course, hosted services. To me, my dream is that if you embrace that simplicity, security, and stability, the idea is that you have a hosted instance of something, but you have the exit button. And you press the exit button and you get all your configuration, all your database, and you can run it on-prem. And there's no loss of functionality, there's no loss of features. I used to use WordPress as an example, but for reasons I don't do that anymore. But the idea was, they had what was called a 5-minute install. And I could, bring up your server, go drop a tarball on a web root, go to a web page, add a database user, 5 minutes, take me 3.5. I ran a lot of WordPress instances. But if you didn't have a server and you didn't understand the command line and you didn't want to deal with all that, you could go to WordPress.com. And for $5 a month, $10 a month, or whatever, they'd host it. But the option was always there where you could exit out and run it on-prem. And that to me is pure open source. But I deal with the fact that a lot of people have this idea where there will be something that isn't purely open source. And I'm okay with that. But I am for anything that generates more open source software because I think it really does bring the freedom outside of the vendor and back to the user. Zoe from the Free Software Foundation kept talking about the word freedom, and I really think that's important, especially in today's society.
So if no one's going to ask a question, I'm actually going to broach the AI subject. Just going to put that out there. All right, we're going to hit it. So open source and AI. I'm just going to raise it, and I want to. I'm showing you the Rorschach picture.
So yeah, so open source AI. I mean, the thing is, AI is not source code, and so trying to provide this idea of open source to something that's not source code is difficult. But I am of the belief that. So back in the Ubuntu days, when they handed out these things called CDs, I'm old, does anyone remember CDs? You'd go to a conference and they'd hand out CDs, and in there would be like 3 source CDs that had all the source code on it. And I'm like, well, why are you handing out the source code? And they said, what if you're on a desert island and you don't have access to the internet? I have to give you the source code so that you can recreate the software. You can modify it and recreate it. To me, if you have a large language model that does not provide the training data, then you're not open source or free software in any sense of the imagination, because you need this, I'm on a desert island and want to recreate this. Now, I'm just me, I'm not a anybody, and so the open source initiative has come out with their definition, which doesn't include training data. I don't agree with that definition. I was going to ask Zoe, we ran out of time, I was going to ask Zoe if there is a copyleft version. But there are, AI2 is publishing their models as open source. I just read that Switzerland, as of this morning, I'm trying to remember that Switzerland just released a large language model, of which 45% of the training data was not in English. It actually has Romansh, is that how you say it? One of the official languages of Switzerland. And that was really exciting to me because they had the training data and the tools you needed to actually do all this. So I do think that open source has a big role to play in AI. And in fact, a lot of when I say AI, everyone thinks large language models, but if you think that it also includes machine learning, we have things like PyTorch that have been instrumental in machine learning, and they're open source. And so I think we have a role, but I think it's going to be a couple of years before we actually can sort out what open source AI actually means.
And I'm gonna switch that around. So how should we be thinking about AI as an open source community? Like, should we be leveraging it? Should we be spending cycles on it? Or where do you think it meets us?
If you can fit the right problem to the right model, I think there's some value. Like, I have a GitHub repo and a GitHub account. And I think I did it in 2016, 2015. It's been around for a while. Yeah. Last fall, I just added my first repository. And it was a piece of code that I wrote using generative AI. And I have 2 repositories, and the second one I just added like a week ago, and it was something I used generative AI. I had a computer when I was 12, so I've been programming, but it's not something I do very often. I can hack things. So within Nix, where it makes sense, and I think some of the places where it makes sense could be documentation. This idea of how, can you take something and at least get something that a human can go back and edit? Because again, that learning curve, going out and reaching. One of the things I like about this conference is I've seen a lot of people who don't have gray hair like me. And a lot of like the Apache community, there are a lot of these communities that are aging, and we're not able to get. I'm not being sorry. I mean, with age comes wisdom. And beauty. But this idea is that we need to get younger people involved and make them see the value of this. And part of that is just welcoming into the community. And some open source communities can be very toxic. And I've not gotten that at all from Nix, which I think is pretty cool and something you should be very proud of. So I say, where it makes sense, but don't overhype it. Yeah. I am, the fact that it's supposed to. I don't want to go. I know we're close to time. But if you go to my blog, you can read me complaining about generative AI and how horrible it is.
So I guess an extension of that, in the last 60 seconds that we have left, how can folks work with you? Obviously, through the foundation is one way, but you're here. You're a person. How can they reach out to you? Can they collaborate? Can they grab beers with you tonight?
So yeah, please. If you look at the program and you can find out how to spell my name, Taras Balog. It's kind of odd. If you Google that, you'll find me all over the internet. And I welcome emails. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. If you reach out to me on LinkedIn, if you could provide a little "I met you" or "heard you at NixCon," because sometimes I get a lot of random conversations. But I'm welcome to, I have a lot to learn. That's why I'm here. I'm here to learn about NixOS. I'm here to learn from you. So let me know what AWS and me in particular can do to help promote this community.
Awesome. Well, Taras, thank you so much for coming all the way out here.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate y'all. Cheers.
So the next talk is in 10 minutes. It's going to be the supply chain security panel discussion. There's just going to be 4 panelists, moderator. Just bring it briefly. John Erickson, Julian Malka, Arjen van Putten, and Martin Schweikhofer. So if you're interested, 10 minutes. All right, hello and welcome to the next talk, a security panel. And I'll just briefly introduce the people. We have Don on the very left, he's a moderator for this one. We have Arjen on second. We have Julien, third. Martin, fourth. And John on the right hand. So I'll give it up to Don. Take the stage.
Supply chain security. This is going to be a concise talk. We don't have much time. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to share, so we're not going to go into much detail. Please be concise with your responses to my questions. So, what is supply chain security? Who wants to?
I mean, that's a good question, Don. To me, supply chain security is about this, about the fact that systematically computer scientists, never mind, people working with computers are kind of bad at tracking where things come from, and that led to a range of security issues, and so it's become kind of a hot topic to talk about. Where people worry about things like what are the ingredients that go into my specific piece of software that I'm running, and am I vulnerable to this specific security vulnerability? Which version of this one library am I running? Things like that, to solve their practical issue of, oh no, what if someone doesn't what if not my program is vulnerable to some exploit, but one of my dependencies is?
So it's being able to answer a whole bunch of questions about the stack that I'm using, and to be able to have confidence in the answers to these questions.
Yes, but does anyone want to jump in? And because I think it's a bit incomplete still, because it's not just answering the questions, but also making sure that. It's not just about answering the questions. It's about building things in a way that that it has somehow defined properties, and that you know what. Yeah, I think. Never mind.
I'm too young to speak about this from experience, but my read of the sort of history of the industry is, for many years, people had really a hard time reusing any code at all. And every job you went to, they had their own sort of palace of their own abstractions and own internal infrastructure, and you went to a different job and it was all completely different. And it was that way for many years, many decades even. And then one day the pendulum completely swung the opposite, and it went from having not enough other code from elsewhere to, holy moly, I have all this code that I didn't write that it has nothing to do with this company, and it was this big 180 culture shock, and so this shift kind of fixed a bunch of problems only to introduce a bunch of new problems that caught everyone off guard.
We're grateful for open source, but now we have come unprepared. We are flooded with this trust, supply chain trust issue.
Yes.
So what are the deficiencies in our context?
I feel like a lot of people don't even know what they're depending on, right? What are the dependencies I'm actually using? How many projects am I depending on? How often are they updating? How do we keep up with that? It's a lot, right? It's very, very difficult. So if you look at, I was looking at Vault, which is this security product, right, for storing secrets, and their UI has it had 30,000 transitive dependencies. And it's this is the interface where I'm putting my secrets in. Who am I sharing my secrets with? And it's a hard question. So I think, that is, I think, the start. And I feel like Nix is kind of uniquely positioned because we are so precise, right? We have the complete answer, but then people get overwhelmed about the complete answer is too honest. And they're like, oh, what is all this? Why do I have 100,000 derivations in my bootstrap chain? So, so that's the other side. It's like the UX of all of this. I think is also very important.
Yeah, and I think like one of the problems also is that the practices in software security for years have focused on how to write code that doesn't have vulnerabilities, and in the last few years we've been seeing a lot of attacks targeting not the software itself but everything that comes around, and it's a whole new class of attacks with all new clever tricks, and we are unprepared for it because just we were not taking care of this part of the security practices before, and so now we have to build up effective defenses against this kind of attacks.
And this might also be about, okay, who contributes to the project and what are our processes and what are our workflows and things like that, because that might also be part of the issue, right? I wanted to say that before, but I kind of got lost, so. Yeah.
So what progress, Nix, in the context of Nix, why sounds like we have an opportunity to leverage Nix. How can Nix empower solving these questions, answering these questions, providing solutions?
Well, the hope and dream in many cases, also the reality is, whereas with other systems you can kind of know, or you can write down what you think ought to be true, or really even more than that, like you ask someone once and it was true. With Nix, we actually know where all the source code came from, where all the tools at build time came from, where the tools of the build time for the tools we use, the transitive build time came from, and we can kind of trace the whole rabbit hole to every dead end and actually answer this question once and for all. So that's the good side. The bad side, as Ariane said, is the answer is very daunting and way more information than anyone thought they were getting into with this sort of thing.
Yeah, like conventional tools and people like conventional tools and people like in other ecosystems, they have some way how they build software, and then they run after that way of building software and try to figure out, okay, so this artifact falls out of here, and then where does it go? And there's a lot of effort spent basically trying to retrace those steps and making them transparent. But you have to do that in every kind of context, every ecosystem. You have to make sure that you're not missing anything, which is really hard. And we do that by construction, as John mentioned. It's like a different approach to this problem, but one that seems kind of like principled and like a promising way of handling this issue. And I think that's kind of the promise that we have in front of us, but we're not sure if we're living up to it yet.
I think one thing that is really interesting is because of the way Nix was designed, we have a lot of good properties that comes for free. Like you both said, like knowing the transitive dependency of build time or runtime dependency of a program is something extremely valuable. But what can we do next? And the difficult problem for me is the social problem. Like we are all aware that we have all those things for free, and it's cool, but 99% of the software engineers, they don't use Nix, they don't know what is Nix, and they don't want to know what is Nix if you come to say to them, Nix is so much better than what you use for security. So we need to convince them first, and we need to build tools that can enable those good security features without the rest of the software community knowing that they are using them. We need to be the backbone for software supply chain security without the rest of the software community having to learn or know what Nix is.
It sounds like Nix gives us a lot already. It almost sounds as if the problem is solved. But what is missing?
Well, I think one way to look at that is people say, well, Nix is very different. And if I'm going to learn something that's very different, it better be absolutely as tippy-top good as you promised. I want there to be no catch at the end of my spending 100 hours learning the new thing. And unfortunately, if that's the claim, and maybe this is a bar that's too high and we shouldn't get distracted, but if that is the bar we have to meet, there are some catches. The input addressing we do today for build artifacts, it doesn't tell you as much as you'd like. It can conflate things that are different and are different from that very transitive build dependencies perspective we're so proud of. So that sort of undermines our claim of greatness. That's my favorite example, or least favorite example. The one that I think about the most, there's
fixed output derivations are kind of a problem, I think, also.
Yeah, fixed output ones there are, thank you. Our caching scheme there, it's like very useful for some things, but then like a little bit too loosey-goosey for other use cases, and how can we sort of have the best of both worlds there and have the policy we want when we want it and not the wrong policy at the wrong time. That's a very similar problem to the content addressing versus input addressing one. Yeah, those are two good examples.
Yeah, I think like practically speaking, as a company or a user, for example, of the Nix cache, and you decide to, I'm going to build Nginx, and instead we fetch it from cache.nixos.org, right? That's why we love Nix. But then you want to answer questions like, what derivation was actually used to produce this output? And there's actually a funny fact that this mapping is not one-to-one. The same output hash can be produced by a multitude of derivations because of fixed output derivations. So, and we don't really keep track of that info right now. Like, I cannot answer the question from just looking at the cache. Hey, when did Hydra build this version of Nginx? On which builder was it? Was that builder running an up-to-date version of Linux when it's built? Like, all these kind of like after the fact questions of like, say we do get a compromise or we do ship something that is like not good. How do we start tracking all these things of like, how did we produce these software? I think we can make a lot more improvements like than we have today. Like these questions are hard to answer.
And I think sometimes we're even losing security people on that. If they like take Nix seriously and say, okay, let's see if this solves a specific problem in my organization, and they analyze this stuff and they come across these issues of, well, technically most of the time this one field should tell you the derivation that produced this output, but then sometimes it's wrong, then you stop trusting the tool, right? So that's bad for us because it just means the tool we're working on and that we're working with is bad in that way, right? Because like that's one, I think that's a consequence of how fixed output derivations work, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the derivative field, right?
Yeah, and I also remembered the one I was trying to think of there, which is even without fixed outputs, just sort of mere non-determinism, you have a similar problem. Most of us, I think, are of the correct opinion that Nix is really great for reproducibility, but there's definitely people out there on the internet that say, no, Nix, its caching hides the non-reproducibility that exists. If you have some GCC build that makes a new GCC every time, the fact that you have all these cache hits means you'll never know that, and it's not solving the problem, but hiding the problem. That's sort of I think the Gentoo people or something were saying that, though I shouldn't name names when I'm not sure. And it's a similar thing to FODs. Like we want to cache really hard when in certain cases, but we also want to sort of fall back and verify that things, if repeated, do what we expect in other cases. And managing that sort of multitude of needs is tricky today.
What are some of the progress that has been made recently?
Well, I think Martin and I have both been thinking a lot about how content addressing build artifacts can sort of put these problems to rest, and that the ultimate issues here, well, there's the FOD stuff too, but the sort of most complex issue is the input addressing, and if we can switch to content addressing everything, not just the ultimate sources, but also the intermediate artifacts, we can have a much greater visibility into these issues and when we have determinism and when we have non-determinism, and track this stuff much more robustly in the sort of perfect way that the idea of Nix is promising us.
Maybe a way to kind of illustrate that problem that you're talking about, Right now, so I'm working on a specific signature scheme, right? That is kind of that I'm proposing as, hey, would it be cool if Nix like incorporated this? So I'm trying to get this upstreamed. But like, so I'm thinking about signatures basically, right? And how this works right now in Nix is you have some builder and it builds an output and it associates like the hashes of all of the like leaves in the dependency tree, like the outermost thing in the dependency tree with the final output. So if you think about the graph, there's like a huge gap in between, like all of the intermediary steps. You don't really know from the signature what the specific identity of that was. You don't know the content hash of the specific version of GCC that factored into building Firefox, for example. And this is just how, like somehow it's just a consequence of how the addressing of the store works. And coincidentally, we started out with input addressing because it's much easier to implement. And if you start content addressing, coincidentally, you can model this much better because then if you have like, for example, the version of Firefox you just built, if it depends on GCC, since the store is content addressed now, it depends exactly on a specific version of GCC by a specific content hash and not by like the hash that's based on the recipe that produced it. And since this is more specific, you kind of get rid of this gap. And that's like the magic thing about changing the addressing scheme and what it does for supply chain security. And like, and I think this is really an innovative, cool thing because everywhere else, if you talk about, oh, I'm gonna build some software and then I'm gonna give it to somebody, ship it to somebody in some way, you always assume that you have to trust the build environment that those people that hand this software to you produced it, right? And like if we're really strict and pedantic in Nix, we can kind of get away from that like as far as possible by saying, well, if they give us something through Nix, we know what the intermediary inputs are, so we just have to trust them with that one build step. They maybe be able to offer some proof about how they performed that step, but like we don't take on their trust relationships anymore, which is like really more than anyone else can do, I think, in the supply chain security space, right?
And that is a proposal for a new signature.
That's like, it's, so I had this talk last year about these kind of issues. It was called like rebuilding builders instead of trusting trust. And I had like analyzed these things in terms of trust. And then after that talk, I talked to a bunch of people, a lot of them on stage here now. And that was a very interesting, motivating experience. And I then worked on basically proposing something more specific. And this is not ready yet for users, but it's like a work in progress thing that you can look at online and you could contribute. There's a bunch of stuff that's like still.
Where can it be found?
Like my GitHub username is mschweig. This is like the first letter of my first name and then like the beginning of my last name. And the project is called Loud. You can look it up and like come talk to me about it. There's really a bunch of open issues. So I'd be happy to talk to you about, help you contribute whatever you're interested in.
John, what have you been contributing to?
I would say so similar to that. I and others back in 2020 did the first big push in Nix as it's been merged upstream of implementing content addressing derivations. And we have many passing tests and things, but there's some not nice bits in the design that I've always wanted to revise, and other sort of bits of incompleteness. And a lot of that has just sort of stayed that way ever since 2020. I think leaving us in a state where much of the community doesn't really know what the status of the experimental feature is. It seems like yet another promising new thing that's not quite over the finish line. I'm happy to say right now I'm in a position to spend a bunch of time finally fixing these issues and getting to the bottom of things. And the plan is, as part of that work, that we'll have RFCs detailing sort of what the final roadmap ought to be, and like what really takes us to the finish line here. And I'm looking forward to working with Martin on some of that stuff, so we make sure we have the perspective of multiple implementations going into what I hope is like feature specification the whole community can agree on.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. And I think also that it's kind of an invitation also, right? If there's an RFC process, it will mean that we're looking for feedback on these things, right? So
yeah, absolutely.
This could be your calling to
yes,
take a look
definitely.
at that.
Julian?
Yeah, so Martin has talked about signature. There is another field that I am interested in is build reproducibility. And I think there was a lot of effort put into build reproducibility in the last years. Build reproducibility is when you get the same thing by building the same software twice, bit by bit identical. And it's super important because currently when you use the cache to download a binary, you are like trusting that the cache is giving you the right thing. You don't have any confidence in that. You have to trust that the builders are trustworthy and that no one controls the cache and can give you, can put a malicious binary in the cache that you download, this kind of stuff. And so it means that you have to trust a central party, which is something that you want to avoid if possible in software supply chain security. And one way to go about that is if the software you want to download is reproducible bit by bit, it means that you could rebuild it yourself and obtain the same thing as the cache. Or you could also ask several other third parties, like companies you trust, to rebuild it, and if they all obtain the same thing, you know that you can trust what the cache is giving you because other actors have obtained the same thing, so that's why build reproducibility is important and could have a big impact. I did a paper, so I'm a PhD student, I did a paper where I looked at the evolution of the number of packages that we have that are reproducible over the last 6 years, and we've been from about 60% packages reproducible to now about 90%. So we have almost all our packages are reproducible, which is insane because, like, you know the size of the package set. So it's a great achievement, and it means that first some good work have been done here, and some good work could be done in the future to create some model of decentralized cache. So instead of having one central cache that we all have to trust, and which is not an ideal situation, we could have a lot of different actors building stuff and agreeing on the hash that they produce, and then when a sufficient number of actors agree on the hash of the thing you want to download, you know that you can trust them. So that's also a piece of work in the NixOS community where there is activity and where there is, I think, great promise for the future.
And all of these things also kind of like interact, right? So it's a lot of us are working on different things, but somehow there's always like a point where they, like not everything, but some things, oh yeah, and this links up somewhere. If, for example, if you have a good signature scheme, you could say, oh, when I look at reproducibility, I do it on the basis of those signatures, for example. But there's also like unrelated issues, like for example, the CLI for rebuilding, I think is kind of bad.
Oh yeah, it's not ideal.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that because you probably have like the most large-scale experience with your work.
Well, not get too long in this topic, but for my experiments in my paper, we had to patch Nix to make it behave better with the rebuild flag.
Okay.
Because the rebuild flag doesn't keep all the non-reproducible output, it stops at the first one that is bad, so that wasn't good for our experiments. But yeah, there could be improvements in that regard. I think Lix had done something in this area, but I don't know.
Okay.
In your work, Julian, with distributed cache, is that public?
Yeah, so there is two sides of this work. So there is some academic work. So I've written this paper where I look at some revision of the past 6 years and look at the number of non-reproducible packages, why they are non-reproducible, that stuff. All of this is published and open access if you're interested to read. The name of the article is something like, does functional package management enable reproducible builds at scale? Yes, that's the name of the paper if you're interested. And there is the community side of the work, which is with Rabouf, who is another Nix package contributor. We are building a database of build results. So essentially, we are plugging in after your Nix build in a post-build book to report the result of your build, and we are creating a big database where you can query the result, like the build output of some of the packages that we have. And the idea is that we can now have, we'll now have a better Nix package monitoring for reproducibility, because for now there is not really a big monitoring. There is monitoring of the reproducibility of the ISO images, which is only a few thousand packages. But we want to have a monitoring on the whole package set, which is hard because it's 100,000 packages. It's already hard to build it once. It's also hard to build it 2 times. That's why we want to create some kind of shared workload where everyone can install the software and start reporting on the build that they do. And at the end, we have some nice reporting of the packages that are reproducible, not reproducible, and what is the diversity of output that we obtain from a single package, for example.
What is that work called?
It's named Lila, so it's being developed. We have a staging instance, but we aim to have something ready for public consumption at the end of the year.
Arjen.
Yeah, so I've mostly been trying to look at what other ecosystems are doing better than us, and one of the things we've not been very good at is like we have just one signing key which we sign all our builds with, right? And they're not being signed by the builders, they're being signed by the Hydra coordinator. And we haven't rotated this key in like, I don't know, 15 years.
Yeah.
So how do we convince people that I'm not saying that the key is untrustworthy, but I'm saying how do you convince that it's trustworthy, right? And other package ecosystems have all been kind of flocking around this standard called SIG-Store. So PyPy has now started using it, Cargo, NPM, because they've had all these supply chain attacks, and they're like, they upload binary artifacts to NPM, and to PyPy you have wheels, and for Cargo, like the source code gets published, and they have a signature scheme that is based on like short-lived certificates on a public ledger with like timestamping when it was built, so that you can like after the fact like verify that it was signed with this temporary key. And I'm very interested how we can start integrating that into Nix. And I built a little prototype called NixAttest, which is also a Nix post-build hook, and just records all the builds that I do into this SIG-Store public ledger using temporary public keys. So, and this is like a nice hack that we're all doing, I think.
So we have John working on Nix, and all the 3 of us doing something with post-build hooks.
Yes, to avoid the dependency on John, yes. But yeah, I think that's like very interesting, right? Where we can be in a situation where we're constantly rotating the signing keys for Hydra, and every builder actually signs the builds that they're doing, and that I can say, yes, this Nginx was signed on this Hetzner machine 2 days ago, and that I can if it gets compromised, or we do get like an email saying, yeah, this Nginx release was it's maliciously published, that we can like revoke it and these kind of things. So yeah, we can learn things from other communities, and they're ahead of us in certain ways. For example, how they handle key material and like publishing, we are behind. And yeah, I really want to start like flock together and see if we can integrate this into like NixOS infra. This is also why I joined the infra team, because I have some interest in this.
And
but
I think there's also often a communication issue, because when you talk to security people, there's like terms that they know, like they're talking about SBOMs, about bills of materials and things like that, and they want to like keep track of vulnerabilities related to those bills of material and so on. And here we are doing kind of a different thing. And then you could, as a Nix person, you could say, well, we don't have a, we don't like, we almost don't care that much about producing a bill of materials because we would hope that this falls out of the process as those signatures or as that data we put on Sigstore or wherever we're gonna
It's like
put
inherent
it, right?
properties of the system instead of
Yeah.
something that you have to work to produce.
Yeah.
And that people find that, yeah, for sure, yeah.
And I also don't know how, like, as soon as you, like, we have some projects in the Nix ecosystem to produce SBOMs, right? But then when people then want to use them, like the SBOMs produced in different ways tend to look a bit different, and then can you do something with them actually, right? Do you actually find corresponding vulnerabilities based on these SBOMs? I don't have that much experience with that. Like, Arjan, I think you...
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah.
Like when I go to my InfoSec team and I give them like an SBOM that has 100,000 components in it, I said, yeah, we want an SBOM of the build time dependencies. And they're like, why is Bash a build time dependency? I said, well, because we bootstrap Bash to bootstrap GCC to bootstrap this to these are all build time dependencies, right? In theory, but they're like, yeah, I just want to know how our software was built. I was like, well, that is how our software is built. You know, I'm just very honest to you, and everybody else is not being honest to you. But that's not what they want to. Yeah. So this kind of trying to explain these things to people that are used to get like a 3-page document with this is the software that we use, and I gave them a 200,000-page document with the software that we use, and they're like, why are you using so much more software than the other team? Like,
But
no.
they want compliance, not your 2009.
Exactly. Yes.
No, yeah,
yes.
but still, even if people want compliance, we can have a good thing, right? That's,
yes.
And we can build tooling in order to enable people to have really good security tooling. I think. I think it's really an opportunity for Nix to like grow into this role and help address very pressing problems that a lot of organizations have.
And this is also why I'm excited about like the Nix packages security tracker, right? Like that's also a thing that's a lot of people ask me, like, why don't you have that? Why aren't you not publishing which vulnerabilities were solved? How do I know? And like, we're getting there slowly. And I think we're gonna get there in a better way than other ecosystems, hopefully. Yeah.
So that was the Nix packages security tracker. Are there any other projects that we know of in this area?
Well, there's some things, like ahead of this panel, I made a discourse post. It's very confusing. I made a discourse post gathering some input, and a lot of the questions were around, well, how does Nix relate to this thing in the ecosystem or that thing in the ecosystem? We could maybe like talk about these things a bit. I don't know.
There is also a big effort we should mention that is ongoing, is to replace the bootstrap phase of Nix package. It's also related to software supply chain security. So essentially, when you build a package in Nix, do you have to trust the compiler? No, because it was built from source, but what was it built from source from? And at some point, you have to trust something. And there was a big effort that has been ongoing in the Nix community to make this thing that you have to trust at the beginning as little as possible, essentially getting inspiration from the Geeks project that has made their bootstrap seed, so the thing that you need, the binary that you need to trust that is at the beginning of everything, a few kilobytes, I think, or a few bytes even.
This reminds me of something as well, related to supply chain security. In my opinion, Nix code is quite nice to audit. Because like, okay, in general not, because people can do crazy things, but if you look at building a Python package, you can look at the package description of some Python package or Rust package or whatever, and you can know what the ingredients are, right? And this is also something that's really cool about Nix. Since we build in a sandbox, we can give people a description of, oh yeah, this is you depend on this, and we know that this list is exhaustive. Other people don't know that because they don't put their builds in sandboxes. And so if your Android project just fetches something somewhere from the network as part of some Gradle dependency that's not tracked in their log file, well, it can just do that and it just happens and you don't know about it. And you can work on reproducibility, like you can try to track the reproducibility of that thing, but you don't know that there's some thing that factors into it that you're not aware of, right?
So Nix sounds like it has many things in place, and if we get this right, then it would be another, or maybe even primary attractor, primary benefit that Nix could offer the software world.
For sure, yeah. I feel like if we put some effort into this, like, I think there was also a talk about the CRA earlier. I didn't attend it, but I assume my message would be like, I think Nix is uniquely positioned to answer a lot of like really hard compliance issues that large companies have, and that kind of makes Nix cool for enterprise instead of, you know, like it's boring, it works, it does the thing, and it's the obvious choice if you care about these things.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even if you don't care about these things, laws are catching up, and in the US you have to produce SBOMs about your software, and now with the CRA it's the same in the EU. Like, you're gonna have to have to start doing this as a company.
And also, like, you can take several angles at this, right? And I'm going to try a crazy one because you went with the corporate one. And I don't know if it is crazy, but like, what if AI takes over? Hypothetically, right? And there's like a lot of intelligent systems producing code. If that kind of works out, right? Maybe hacking systems becomes easier. And I think it's in that scenario where you care about the security of systems that are essential for like things functioning, like society functioning, it would be good if they were based on solid principles and not on like chasing after things, right? Yeah.
Is there anything else that should be mentioned?
Let me think.
There's like one person asked online ahead of time what they're supposed to do when they review a pull request. I think it's an interesting question. Maybe we can tackle that one.
Yeah, like there's the problem of like pre-merge CI versus Hydra, right? We cannot just build PRs and cache the results, because then people can poison the cache in funny ways. So it's like, how do you make sure that a pull request does the thing? And that's like, review that the fixed output derivations are the correct ones, and that you can reproduce fetching them, right? And that it builds. But also, like, is this a project that's like worth maintaining, right? And is it trustworthy? But these are human decisions. They're not technical ones. I cannot say this project is trustworthy or not. And this is where we're now talking about all these technical solutions, but it's also very much a human problem, right? Who do you want to give the privilege of being able to merge things or propose things, and how do you make, like, do we want to be the biggest package set in the world? That was our explicit goal at some point. We're just going to package the world. But is that sustainable or not? Like, this is the human side. We're all humans, and we see each other and we trust each other. But
especially when you see, for example, the XZ backdoor, where one guy invested years of his life to penetrate a project, gain the trust of the other maintainer, and step by step put a backdoor in a very well-used project. You see that there is also social and human aspect in security, and that's when we have 200 or maybe more now committers in Nix package, those problems tend to become much more complicated. And I don't know, like, for me, like, we don't really have any way to efficiently protect ourselves against this kind of stuff.
Is there a central point of discussion, a place where we get together and discuss supply chain security?
Now and here? No, I don't know.
Yeah.
No, not really. I
Like
think. Yeah,
the
yeah.
one thing that I like, it's not that active right now, but there's a matrix channel for salsa, right? That was a
Yeah, there's the
a good
salsa
meeting point.
matrix channel, and
But
I'm
it's-
supposed to know what the salsa acronym stands for, but I just forgot.
Okay.
But it's some standards to talk about supply chain security.
Supply chain security level standard level supply.
Yeah.
It's levels of supply chain security.
Yes.
It's basically meant to, and it's really good at that. If you are like, if you don't have anything to do with supply chain security, regardless of using Nix or not, it helps you. Okay, what are my first steps improving this situation, and then what are my second and third steps, and so on. And so it does a really good job of like being a specification that people who are supposed to apply it like understand. And that's great. There's also guac, which is, I think they just liked it. Oh, there's salsa, and then there's guac for like guacamole, I guess. So, and they kind of go together, I think, to some degree.
They do.
In cooking, for sure.
Are there areas of this vision that are not being worked on?
Yes, there are lots. So it's like if we could, like my opinion would be there's too much to list, kind of, right? There's the PCR value pre-computing stuff that
this
you were
is
looking
like,
into, right?
Like there's work on like how do you make sure that the hardware that you use to build things is the hardware that you think it is, right? That's a step away from software. Like, is this the Hydra builder that is the Hydra builder, or did somebody swap it out? And there's lots of research there as well.
And you can then link that with the signatures again and have, okay, let's have a place in the signatures where you put that information so you can verify it later on, things like that.
If anyone wants to contribute, please get in touch.
Yeah.
Any burning questions?
Yeah, that's it.
Silvan will hand the microphone. Silvan will choose the...
Testing. So how do you see the future of Nixstore? Is it like an interplanetary file system or like a torrenting sort of everyone shares their local version and we do some sort of handshake and we share the building and the distribution?
I think one nice thing is once we have the content addressing down, we then are in a much better position to investigate the sort of alternative ways of moving bytes around, because the sort of specification of what it means to move the bytes correctly is now very decoupled from the exact communication and dissemination method. So yes, I hope we can kind of return to all those fun IPFS, IRO, other sort of amazing networking things, even NFS on a much firmer foundation once we get this foundational stuff in order.
So great talk, thank you. As a user who's interested in this topic but doesn't have a lot of time to look into it, is there somewhere we can go to a central location and just kind of see updates on what's being done on this issue? Because like it's very interesting to hear about the Hydra thing, for example, or some of these other ideas. And it would be nice to just be able to follow and see occasionally, like once a month or every few weeks, or when something's tested, new ideas are being checked out, just to kind of follow along with the security developments.
No, but maybe we should.
We could just create a matrix channel, or what else could, like, what would be a good space?
Yeah, so no, but I think we should talk about whether we can have like, I don't know, a discourse topic or a matrix channel or whatever, where we can like do some kind of, I don't know, even if it's once every half a year, like what happened in supply chain security. I think it's
Good idea.
Good suggestion.
If that is created, it will be announced in the NixOS discourse announcement topic.
Yeah.
I had a quick question. Does anybody know what happened with Volnix and if there's anything in the same vein that's being developed?
I think SBOM-Nix is kind of the spiritual successor, and this Nix packages security tracker, which is like about to launch, where we're actually doing the triaging of which packages are vulnerable, which are not, in a centralized database with contributors, which will create a lot more high quality data. Volnix kind of overloaded you with like a bazillion false positives, and the Nix package security tracker, I would say, is like the biggest spiritual successor. But that's like almost ready to launch. We've been saying that for a long time, but I think it's actually almost ready to launch. So yeah.
Thank you to the panelists, to the audience.
All right, and so in 10 minutes, we have the lightning talk block. We'll have 9 lightning talks, each 5 minutes. No break in between, but a lot of interesting topics. So if you're interested in any of them, please stay here, I guess, or take a break and come back. Hello, everyone. Where are the Flux people? Rock, there you go. Don't look at the timer. You have 5 minutes. Here you go.
This one? Hey, everybody. I'm Rock. I'm a Flux engineer. So I've been a Nix user contributor for the last decade and a half, probably a bit over. And I hope that will be also for the next 50 years. And that's actually my mission, why I joined a company like Flux. Yeah, so a lot of you are using Nix for personal thing, but you also use it at work. When I organized the first NixCon. I actually gave the thing a name, NixCon. But back then, everybody was using, and I remember some nice faces, they were using it only for their own personal thing. So trying to convince other people to use Nix was almost like, it was more of a fight between you and Nix. Nowadays, we want to bring Nix to work. And that's what Flux does, right? So what I notice in my experience is that every Nix user quickly becomes a Nix teacher, Nix evangelist, because if you want to use Nix at your work, you need to convince others to use Nix. Nope. So with Flux, I can maximally convince 5 to max 10 people per quarter to use Nix in a company. That does not scale. You cannot convince a whole company of 500 engineers to switch and use Flux. I've seen companies that use Flux in Nix in Eager. You will notice that I'm mixing Nix and Flux because for me this is almost a synonym. So they start adopting Nix in eagerness, only to find out that they cannot scale it in terms of spread it among their developers. Sadly, because they really wanted the benefit. Actually, not that they wanted, they needed them. So, why Flux? This is a Nix conference, right? Nix is built on top of, Flux is built on top of Nix, but it provides a nicer, opinionated way how to work, get a nicer way to make your developers happy. How it does that? I can, with a high confidence, say that your developers, especially those who don't know Nix and actually don't want to know Nix, and let's treat them nicely, because why would you need to learn a language just to install another, let's say, another package to your environment, right? They have a reason not to want to dive deep. Why? So we have a high likelihood that using a tool like Flux, you'll be able to achieve that without them coming back to you and asking you questions. And this way, and I find that this is, in my experience, the only way is to grow your users of Flux, of the tool, if they learn it by themselves. You will not be able to go to every person in the company or even delegate it and they try to adopt it. No, they have to learn it by themselves. So here's my challenge to you. Please or send your one colleague or two, even better, to flux.dev that does not know Nix, but is a developer. Ask them to use Flux without asking you for a week, and then see if they will actually be able to create an environment, pull up some services, maybe build some package. Imagine, they will build a package in a week one without actually having a Nix person. That's what Flux can give to you. Now, why would this be good? Because then, this is not Nix. Well, it's actually Flux is allowing you as Nix engineers to use more of Nix, right? So if you have problems at your company or to convince others, give Flux a try. Thank you.
All right. I'd like to welcome Cole Mickens to the stage. All right.
Howdy, folks. I'm Cole Mickens. I'm an engineer with Determinate Systems, and we work on a number of things, including Flake Hub Cache, and the thing I'm talking to you about today, which is Determinate Nix. Determinate Nix is our downstream distribution of Nix/NixOS. And that means that we work on features in Nix with the intent of upstreaming them. A number of the things that I'm going to talk about today have already been submitted as open PRs to Nix. Some of them, some smaller things have been merged. And a few of them are destined to be sent upstream, but are baking in our distribution with the intent of stabilizing the feature, getting feedback from customers, and ultimately making it the best before it goes upstream. Our real goal here is to make a Nix that is enterprise friendly. And that means private caching, MDM support for macOS users, SOC 2 Type 2 compliance, Entra support, including US Gov Cloud support, and ultimately the goal is to smooth over the gaps that most of us are aware of that are required for implementing Nix in a corporation. Pretty much everyone has to set up a private cache, and then they have to figure out how to do authentication of the private cache, and then they have to figure out how to do authentication for their private repos. And these are problems that we just outright solve with Flake Hub and Determinate Nix. And the most exciting feature, headline feature, is that we've determined that flakes are stable and the unified CLI are stable, and we're very committed to that. And you can check out that link if you'd like to find out more about Determinate Nix. Some of the latest features that we've shipped that I'm very excited about include lazy trees, which is a change to the way that store evaluation happens, such that you no longer need to copy your entire mono repo to the store every time that you do an evaluation. And instead it will hash in place and only copy things to the store as required. And in a second, you're gonna see that that causes some pretty huge speedups. The next is a pain point that has been solved a few times in the Nix community. There are various ways that you can perform Linux builds on Darwin, and all of them require some amount of setup or have some quirks or some implementation details that we didn't particularly find agreeable with some of our customers, and so we took another approach at it, and with this feature enabled, you can build stuff for Linux on macOS with zero setup. Like, you install Determinate Nix, you run a Nix build command, you get Linux binaries on your Mac. And the one I'm probably most excited about is parallel evaluation. And as that states, right now Nix evaluates everything very sequentially, and this introduces points where Nix is able to perform parallelization and do multiple steps of evaluation at the same time. And again, you'll see that this leads to some very nice speedups. And we think in the future that our next thing will probably be flake schemas, which is a way of describing to Nix the shape of your flake and advanced flake outputs. And that will allow the CLI tooling to better enumerate those outputs, perform more advanced checks, and generally be another more advanced discoverable way into flakes and flake outputs. So first off here, we've got lazy trees, and I apologize, we wanted to get everything in this slide and it's a little small. But as you can see, that blue bar is without lazy trees enabled, and the red bar is with lazy trees enabled. And you'll see that leads to some really nice speed ups on the low end, like 20%, on the high end, like 55%. And these are packages coming out of Nix packages. And some of you may know, but there's mono repos out there that are even larger than Nix packages. The next one here is the native Linux builder for macOS. And again, this is a user that has installed Determinate Nix and has contacted us to be opted into this feature. And you can see that they're building an ARC64 Linux attribute on a Mac machine, and it just works. They get a Linux binary out. This is using the macOS virtualization framework underneath the covers. This is very close to my heart because this is my repo. This is my Nix configuration repo, and this is evaluating 4 of my machines. My laptop, my server, my backup laptop server, and my work machine. And you'll see that with no parallel evaluation enabled, this takes about 16 seconds to evaluate, and with parallel eval, using 0 cores, which means the logical cores for the machine, it evaluates in about 7 seconds. And you'll see some more quick examples here of some pretty significant speedups. There are some limitations here. Right now it only happens at certain points like Nix Flake check or eval JSON. so that Nix can parallelize those. Eventually, we'll add more detection in Nix to be able to do more automatic parallelization. There are some advantages that you can get by using a new built-in called built-ins.parallel that you can kind of guide Nix as to places in the evaluation tree where it can do a parallel eval, and you can get some speedups there, and again, we'll be making that more automatic in the future. And that's it. Please come find the other Cole, or me, or Elko, and talk with us, or join our Discord, or reach out to our hello@Determinate Systems. And we'd be happy to add any of you to the Trailblazers organization, which gives you access to these features, and we'd love to hear from you. And then finally, if you love NixOS and you'd like a smaller, secure, faster to evaluate NixOS, or you're a Nix packages nerd and you like reading mailing lists and reading CVE notices, we should chat. Please come find one of us. Thanks.
I'd like to welcome Sije Chao, I think, to the stage. Is that person here? Lightning talk, the third one today. Oh, did I close the other one? Oh, oh, no, that's in the second room. Okay, the schedule is confusing. Yeah, no, I think Srini is first, actually. Sorry, sorry, Jonas.
I'm coming back later.
Yeah, yeah. All right. You have 5 minutes?
I do. Hi, I'm certainly not John. I'm Srini. I recently joined the software infrastructure team at PDT, where we use Nix extensively. Prior to that, I was at LinkedIn in the Build Systems team, where I was primarily concerned with porting over their Go ecosystem, thank you, to Bazel, a build system that I relatively have the most expertise in. So it was really interesting to listen to Kavisha's talk just minutes earlier on her perspective on Nix as a Bazel expert, and I could deeply relate to that. And in a way, this lightning talk is a continuation on that motif. But I want to talk about something very specific, which is a development shell, or more specifically, how I wish Bazel had Nix develop. So let's jump in. Well, this is a lightning talk, so I'm not going to be able to deep dive into many things, but maybe a quick primer on Bazel's model. Essentially, its motto, which is that it's fast, correct, choose to, is, I find it to be quite accurate. And it achieves this by essentially forcing you to model the universe using Bazel abstractions, which is just as well. However, it can be quite painful to do this. But if you persevere and you achieve this, then certain rewards await you. For instance, incremental and reproducible builds, remote build execution out of the box, and a whole bunch of other features that you might want in a build system. However, optimal developer experience is not a bullet point I'd list there. For instance, if you want to directly invoke a toolchain you bootstrapped with Bazel, it'll fight you tooth and nail over it. It'll actively prevent you from doing so. So, needless to say, developer experience is an afterthought. In fact, Doman, in his Nix native GitHub Actions talk, spoke about developers leaving Nix over the cognitive overhead. I'd argue the problem is actually exacerbated in the Bazel community for similar reasons. There is no concept of a development shell, let alone one with bells and whistles like custom dev end profiles. Pretty cool. So I resorted to essentially studying Bazel's sandboxing implementations in Darwin and Linux, and inferred how to accurately reconstruct the absolute paths to the toolchains you'd bootstrap, how to appropriately set the environment variables you'd need. And if this sounds a lot like a dev shell, it's because it is. And I implemented one, leveraging dir-env to expose these things. Actually, after listening to Zach's talk on Nix develops internals, I should update that statement to saying I implemented a crude imitation of a dev shell. But it got the job done. Very quickly, the IDE workflow in Bazel isn't particularly great either. For instance, if you want to make an IDE work with any Bazel workspace, you'll need what's called a build adapter. Essentially, think of it as a liaison between the native ecosystem and Bazel. For instance, if you want to, say, control-click into a package import, in order for the IDE front-end to be able to resolve that import, it actually needs to understand the dependency graph. And for that, it needs to speak Bazel at some level. So somebody out there is authoring and maintaining build adapters for each ecosystem for the IDEs to work in a Bazel workspace. I bring all this up because I think it perfectly embodies how developer experience is really retrofitted into the Bazel workflow. Now, this should not really come as a surprise to anybody in this audience, but doing this in Nix is, of course, trivial. Zach already covered the internals of Nix develop, so I'm not going to get into that. But needless to say, you write a few lines of config, and voila, you type Nix develop, you have a dev shell. I wish I had that. That's literally the whole point of this talk. I will point out that, at least in my opinion, I don't think this is a happy accident, but rather a natural consequence of Nix's package composition model, wherein a development shell really is an extension of its core abstractions, at least the way I see it. In summary, my mental model is that Bazel and Nix are racing towards a common endpoint, having started maybe in the opposite directions. Nix arguably earned its wings as with package management as the core abstraction, and it's now honing its build system chops. And Bazel, in many ways, the exact opposite. I have battle scars from in the latter context, but I'm really excited to work with and learn from the Nix community going forward. If you have any questions or if any of this interests you, come find me. I'd love to chat. Thank you.
All right, Jonas, you're up now. Does this click? Yeah. All right.
Thanks. Yeah, so I had this sponsor slot available, and I was thinking, what could I tell you that would be interesting? And as a geek that's turned sort of businessman, I thought it would be interesting to give you some perspective on how you can use a consulting company to do open source, the different ways and the things I found successful. That's not all of the ways, but hopefully this is going to be interesting. So first, I think it's important to say that more and more companies are relying on open source, and it becomes core of their strategy to use open source. And so this is really something that's here to stay, and companies really benefit from it. But sometimes it's hard for them to interact with this world. They want to, and by talking to different companies, I also found out that they surprisingly want to give back. They don't always really know how to do it. And I think, so consulting companies can really help here. So we know the organic open source world and the businesses have big differences. One is a relationship. So in the organic open source world, we just talk to each other and we figure out who's doing what, and then we get things done. Companies, they want to talk to a vendor, and they want to sign an NDA and get a process in place, and then we can make things happen. And that's where having a consulting company is useful, because they can talk to the consulting company, and then the consulting company can talk to the ecosystem. And the way to make this happen is you hire people from the community that understands the space really well. Similarly with licensing, companies typically have core IP that is something that they cannot lose, they want to secure. Whereas in the open source world, everything is open source. The worst thing that could happen is some fight on MIT versus GPL. And so here, what I found out is that the best is to work with good lawyers. The lawyers, there are not many lawyers that really understand open source. We found IDS, who I can recommend. So if you have a company and you work with open source, I would say talk to them. And we've been working with them to create a special type of license so that when we do our work, we can contribute back to the ecosystem more easily. And this contract is available, so if you have your own consulting company, you can take our contract, and it's open source as well. And then the last part is how R&D happens. You know, in an open source ecosystem, people are scratching their own itches. There are many different motivations to do things, but the dynamics are very different, right? You're looking to create RFCs, there are different groups. That's how we have 6 different deployment tools in the Nix ecosystem. And with companies, they prefer to have like one preferred way to do things and kind of have this more clearly established. Again, I think having a company that's hired from the community can really help guide the companies on what's the best way to go forward. And you can become a good partner. So yeah, that's it. I think through this process, we were able to build a lot of open source things. We're contributing back to Nix and Nix packages. And I'm happy to keep doing this. I hope we can keep doing this in the future. Yeah, that's it. Thanks for listening.
All right, next is Ivan Sraka. And oh, okay, now it's good. All right. Oh. Hey. Take this one, I guess.
Okay. Hey, hello. I'm Ivan. I'm involved in some local repair cafe, hackerspace, and maybe you're aware that the end of life of Windows 10 is near. So I end up installing Linux on older machines, and I choose NixOS because, you know, it's really hard to break, it's reproducible, atomic, blah, blah, blah. And the problem is there's no LTS, or maybe the sponsor near the door of the Aula might disagree. I expect users to end up with something that's homologous to a Chromebook, whereas they never have to touch their configuration and keep working and be updated forever. In my scenario, they use the default graphical installer, and they choose autonomously their language, key map, password, and etc. And again, I know, for example, that NixOS Anywhere or Disco are great, but I don't want to handle installation of new machine myself. So then I have a script that enable my thing. You can look at it online, it's super small. It just changed the default NixOS channel with a custom one that wrap the last stable. And I have some proof of concept CI that checks that the channel against some older potential configuration .nix generated by the default installers, graphical one again. So in my wrapper, I can work around the options that got deprecated, and it looked like a lot of work, but actually it's not, I believe so, because you don't do the full release note. You just theoretically implement the few options that could be found in configuration.nix that are generated by the default installer, which is easily doable. So yeah, indeed, that's the right place to define the default you want to enforce. Like in my case, I put the defaults that I think are great on the laptop. But it's also a tool I would like to have in any organization to manage a lot of computer easily. And yeah, hacking with channels was funny idea. Maybe I could have used Nix parser based thing, or have used Nix manipulator that is new to automatically modify the user config. But I just didn't go that road. And yeah, that's all, folks. Thanks for listening, and feel free to reach out on Mastodon, the social network of the cool kids. Thanks.
Oh, the browser. It's Dvorak.
It's what?
Dvorak. What do you need?
Just open tab.
I can type.
What secret spec? No, without the minus.
Okay. Yes. Ah. Yes. Okay.
All right, thank you. Well, I'm just going to talk about, can we switch to white background because it's, can I be nicer? All right. I want to talk about a bit of the work we did at Cachix. We've developed this little Rust library and specification for secrets. So we've noticed that like dealing with secrets is always hard in applications, and that is mostly because there's like kind of three concepts that are usually intertwined, and that is like, what is a thing we're building need? What is the secret that we need? How do we kind of retrieve that secret? What are the requirements about the secret? Like, is it required? Is it optional? And where is it stored? What is the provider of the secret? Usually, like, the solutions try to kind of like capture the whole thing and try to solve all of these things at the same time. And this solution kind of tries to integrate all the different providers into one generic API. Just to give you an example, there's like a maybe make it a bit bigger. No, that does not work. All right. Just to give you an example, you can define like a few secrets in a secret spec.toml and put it in the root of your repo. And the idea is this kind of declares, okay, this is the kind of secrets I'm going to consume. And then if you look a bit down, there is a way to kind of say, okay, now we have different profiles. So this is the how part. So let's say in development, maybe some secrets are required. Maybe in production, they're not, and vice versa. And where are something we call providers. So typically on your development environment, a machine is going to be something like a password manager, open source, closed source, whatever. You can pick which one you want to use. But it's going to be very different than what the application is going to do in production, let's say, or a CI. So we currently don't support that many, but they are pretty easy to add. Mostly we wanted to add support for local development, so that secrets don't lay around, but also that everyone can choose the password manager as they're developing, that they're already using for their own things. And then this is the part that is, I think, that gives the most of the benefits, is like then you can like kind of migrate from one provider to another, right? So let's say that you have your secrets in .env files and you want to import it into password manager, then this kind of gives you a nice API to migrate. But why we've built this in the first place is because we wanted to kind of like separate the description of the secrets that application is using, but then provide the Rust API where you can say, okay, I want to load all these secrets and keep it separate from my configuration file for the application. Why? Because secrets usually have a very different requirements at runtime. Let's say you want to rotate a secret, then you have to rotate the whole config file, or like watch the config file, restart the application and things like that. Of course, there's like a lot of providers out there like Vault, that is probably the most famous one, that do this, but you have to go all in on them.
while this provides like a nice stepping stone where you can still slowly transition in between providers even, and not be that locked into one solution, while having the freedom that each developer decides for their own. Yeah, that's about it. Hope you give it a try and let us know.
Now we have Alex David. Are you Alex David? Well, welcome to the stage. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hey guys. I'm Alex. I'm an engineer at Garnix. If you need CI or hosting for your next Nix project, you should check us out. But today I want to talk about a open source project that I've been working on called JailNix. So supply chain attacks are scary. There's obviously the big XE attack last year, but I feel like every other week I'm reading about some new supply chain attack that's come out that's a little more low profile. And for that reason, I like to run all the software I can in QEMU VMs and bubble wrap jails. So if you're not familiar with bubble wrap, it's the sandboxing tool at the core of Flatpak. So if you're running Flatpak apps, then you have the sandboxing tool built in, but I think it still makes sense to run bubble wrap outside of Flatpak if you want more control over the permissions that your software runs with, or if you're sandboxing CLI tools, which Flatpak doesn't seem to have a good answer for. So bubble wrap is, I think, pretty easy to use. It runs software in a Linux user namespace that's initially empty by default, but it can be populated by some flags that are fairly straightforward. But bubble wrap is designed to be a very low-level tool, and I found that it's kind of tedious to wrap the software correctly. So here's an example from ArchWiki of jailing Firefox, and this is only about a third of the flags. I had to cut the rest just to fit on the slide. And I found that as things got more tedious, I was less likely to jail them. So I wrote this Nix function that takes in a name, a package to wrap, and then a list of high-level permissions that I want the software to run with. So for example, run Firefox, give it access to the network, be able to draw windows to the screen, and then read-write directories. This function returns a derivation that outputs a bash script with all the bubble wrap args populated. Now this is obviously not a panacea. There's still systemd, core utils, bash, and bubble wrap itself that remain unjailed, but I try and, I think it's my goal to try and wrap as much software as I can, even if it's not all jailed. So at the core of JailNix are these combinators that we kind of talked about a little bit, and I want to talk about a little bit about some of the combinators that I wrote. So there's some simple ones that more or less map directly to bubble wrap args, like read, write, read only, tempfs. But there's some higher level ones that give you access to specific resources like network or pulse audio or pipewire or your Wayland compositor or your GPU or your v4L2 Linux devices like webcams. There's some combinators that give you access to any argv paths that are valid file paths. So this is useful if you have an editor or a PDF reader or a media player or something like that. There's a dbus combinator that uses XGG dbus proxy under the hood to give you a sandbox dbus socket in case your software needs that. There's a get jail to host channel combinator that exposes a program inside the jail that runs a script on the outside of the jail. This is useful if you want to expose just certain permissions. So for example, this exposes a program inside the jail called getHostFileSize that allows the jailed app to read file sizes of files on the outside of the jail without giving it full file access to your whole file system. And one example of using that is in the open URLs in browser combinator, which exposes a $browser inside the jail that forwards URLs to your $browser outside the jail, even if your browser needs more permissions than your jailed application. And then there's also a bind Nixtor closure combinator that uses a combination of runtime and build time logic to figure out what your Nixtor closure that your app needs. And this one's enabled, and it binds those paths in. And this one's enabled by default, but alternatively, you can disable that and just bind your whole Nixtor if you don't have secrets in your Nixtor. And there's a lot more. I've kind of gone through and tried to document as many as I could, and they're on this website here. The last point I want to make is that you can use jailnix as an overlay, so you don't have to call this jail function directly in your system, in your list of system packages, and then all use cases of those jailed packages will be jailed. You can also be explicit about it by using the .jailed variant, or if you want access to the unjailed one, you can use that unjailed. But yeah, thanks. Probably no time for questions, but if you want to pair, I'm around, and I'd love to chat if you have any ideas. Thank you.
All right, then I'd like to welcome Jacek to the stage. Here you go.
Thank you. All right, Jacek from Academy, and I would like to show you today in a very brief and quick overview how much you can already right now use systemd repart and systemd sysupdate in NixOS. I didn't upstream any of that. I'm just a user, so I built this for a customer. Oh, perfect, thank you. Let's first have a quick look what we are aiming at. So in general, what you want is, on embedded and small systems, a very small disk image that you can just DD over your hard disk, USB stick, whatever. And then that only contains a boot partition and the first version of a Nix store. That image might not even contain Nix. It would be built with Nix, right? After the first boot, you want systemd repart at the very early stage of your boot. Create the root partition, leave some empty space for the next update. That's the A and B partition then. And then after the first update, so that might happen after a week of running, update pops up, you get downloaded in the background and then installed on your disk. Then systemd sysupdate, so that's normal systemd features now, can create that second partition for you. And after you reboot, you are booted from the green and not the blue one any longer. And then next week, next update, you can use the store path here, the blue partition, for the next version and switch hands and forth. Then you always have a running version of your system, space for an update, and that's how it works. That's kind of generally useful for embedded systems. So how does it work? Very quick. In NixOS, in the Nix packages repository, you have this image repart Nix profile. When you update or import that, you have image repart. Then there goes, I don't know, 20 lines of code to describe that partition layout. And then you can build config system build image. Boom, there's your image. Then you want to enable systemd sysupdate. It's already upstream for, I don't know, a month now in NixOS Unstable. You enable that. That gives you a systemd unit and timer that work in the background and check for updates. In those transfers clause, there's another 20 lines of code that describe your updates, from where to where, signature, whatnot. And boom, that's it. And that can also be set up to automatically reboot. And of course, you basically, for small systems, you want to minimize NixOS. There have been awesome contributions, especially those profiles, image-based appliance.nix and perlis.nix, which remove Nix from your system. You build it with Nix, but not with Nix inside, right? There's no Perl, no documentation, no nothing. So you can have 200 megabytes of system partitions like that. I've built an image that's roughly 350 megabytes with a small desktop and stuff. So that's a pretty nice demonstrator. And that demonstrator is online on GitHub. I will show you later. But what to do from there, what's not included in the demo is we could make the system update signed, so that systemd sysupdate rejects unsigned or wrongly signed updates, of course. You basically want that in a product. What you can also do at this first boot, instead of just creating the root partition, you could use the hardware encryption facilities that are there to already enroll an encrypted disk that wouldn't work outside that system. You want, in general, verity partitions. That's also a systemd feature to only boot stuff that's right. You want automatic boot assessment. So that means after the update, the new version kind of breaks for some reason. You retry 3 times and then it's blacklisted. It would automatically boot back into the old one and wait for the next one, for next update to unfuck the system, kind of, right? And then you want system hardening. Of course, there's a lot in NixOS already included. And that would make a nice and easy product that always works. The repository is online here at this address. The QR code points to that. because the slot here is so short, I didn't give a demo, but we have a YouTube video there where you can see how it works in action with all the example commands. Of course, there you update manually, but just to see how it works in a normal product, it would run in the background. Of course, I have the demo with me. If you want to see it live today or tomorrow, just visit the NixCademy booth and I can show it to you and then we can discuss it. That's kind of what we typically build for customers. One version that's easy to understand and one goes into a product. Boom, that's it, everyone happy. Thank you very much for your attention.
AV team, now we have not a recorded talk. Is it good? All right. So I'd like to welcome Technologic to the stage. Here are the slides. All right, here you go.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I wanted to talk about all the things that I learned building a binary cache for Git, and just there's no profit in it. So, but who am I? I'm a member of the Technical Oversight Committee. I also contribute to a bunch of other open source projects, and I package for NixOS.
Ja, nein, jawohl. Ja, nein, ja, ja, ja. Okay. Yes, very
Grüezi miteinander. Very welcome to the first Nix Improv Gala event.